hello, you cheeky little devils. Hello, how you doing? How's it going? Hello, you beautiful beings. Thank you very much for waiting. I really do appreciate it. It's been a really good morning, but it's been a really busy morning, and then just that last little bit was lots of arguing with companies. Lots of arguing. I love arguing. I love arguing, especially when I'm right. You know, I have to say, I do genuinely enjoy a good hearty argument. Not that I would go out of my way to have an argument. That's not what I'm about. I don't like causing people stress. But like, you know, when you're having like a hearty debate and you're like, you are wrong. You in this situation, you are wrong, and I have all of this evidence to prove it, and you are just trying to convince me that you are right because you owe me money. That's what that comes down to. Long story short, friends. During Pride, when we did Pride, there was some train strikes on, and I bought some train tickets for a performer of mine in order to make sure they were here, make sure they could come and do the performance, and make sure all the bits and pieces. And then the train strikes had some issues with cancellations, and then they were like, are we going to be able to do that? Are we not going to be able to do that? Questions abound. I rang the telephone company. I rang the train company and was like, hey, what are my options? And they were like, these are your options for trains. However, if that isn't going to work, then you'll be able to get get a hotel, book a hotel, send it through to us, and we should be able to get that all sorted out for you. Like, we'll get it all reimbursed, it'll all be fine and dandy, and what have you. And I was like, are you sure? Is this something that definitely happened? Are you absolutely positive that that is the scenario? Because I don't want to be booking a hotel, a last minute hotel that's going to cost me like 200 quid for a performer in order for that to, don't worry about it, it's not a problem. We'll set it all up. We'll get you the ticket set up right now so that when you ring up again, you can just add the invoice to it and it'll all be fine and dandy. Cool. Not an issue. Brilliant. Rang up again. Was like, this is what I've been told. Is that confirmed? That is what it should be, Mr. Vane. All fine and dandy. Okay, we'll go send that all through and what have you. And now they're coming back to me going, actually, we don't give money back for this stuff. And I was like, that's not what your agents told me. And they were like, well, we need to listen to the calls. So they've listened to the calls, and they've come back, and they've said that the agent said may and could. They never actually promised that they would, that we as a company would do that. And I'm like, excuse me? So, despite the fact that they absolutely led me, I was like, I will be very clear that I would never have booked the hotel if there was an ounce of doubt that this wasn't going to happen. But there wasn't. So they have actively misled me. They have misrepresented the product. They have missold the product. They have basically done whatever they possibly can in order to make sure that I didn't get a refund for my ticket. And how's it going, Jamja? How you doing? I'll say hello to everybody in a moment. I just kind of need to get it all out, you know. Basically, the scenario is that the company that I bought train tickets for that assured me, they pretty much assured me that there wouldn't be a problem. They would be able to refund the train ticket. Not the train ticket. They'd be able to refund the hotel that I had to book because of the strike action that was going on in the UK, which I stand with the strikers. I do stand with the strikers because the people who own these train companies are all a bunch of little dickheads. Do you know what I mean? How's it getting convoluted, Apple? How you doing? So yeah, so that all occurred, and they were like, "Yeah, don't worry, it's not gonna be a problem. It's not gonna be a problem. It's not gonna be a problem." And then they've come back and they're like, "Yeah, we're not giving you any money back." And I'm like, yeah, "Excuse me, why?" And they were like, "Well, it's in our policy not to give money back." And I'm like, "That's not what the customer services agents that I spoke to that told me of my options and told me how to go about this and told me that if I booked this hotel that I would be able to get it reimbursed because it is a direct consequence. Me having to buy the hotel is a direct consequence of your actions." Well, you know, the customer service operative, now we've listened to the phone call, the customer service operatives said they may be able to, and you could be able to, and you should be able to, but they never actually promised that we would. Now, fortunately for me, and unfortunately for them, I have somebody very close in my life who is a fully trained law graduate, and I responded to their email today being like, I feel misled, I feel like I've been mistreated, I feel like I've been lulled in so that I didn't get a refund, I feel like I've been lied to, all of these things, and then I followed it up with an official thing. According to the Data Protection Act 1998, I formally request these phone calls, these audio logs, this, that, and the other. You have 30 days to comply with my request as per the data protection law. I also request the policy that you keep referring to that specifically states that you will not give any money back for any kind of strike action. I require all of this information within the next 30 days. Thank you. God, I love shit like that. God, I love shit like that. You know? Fucking love it. It's great. So yeah, it's been a frustrating last half an hour, but we're doing alright. We're doing okay. Other than that, we're fucking great. Do you know what I mean? Basically through the rules, and also the fact that like using that terminology is just like straight up being like, okay, this is legal shit. And for the cost of a hotel, for the 200 quid, it's gonna be far more of a headache for them to not pay me than it is for me to do it. And I am very much stubborn enough to push the fuck out of that shit. Do you know what I mean? I will push it and push it and push it until such a point where there's no further way I can go legally, and then I will name and shame like a bitch. Name and shaming is always the last thing I ever do. I don't like to name and shame. I'm not a fan of naming and shaming. But if it means that other people don't use their company because of their absolutely horrific customer service and the way that they've treated me like fucking scum, I will happily name and shame. I'll happily name and shame, you know? Anyway, how's it going, Huracan? How you doing, you beautiful being Semba? Hello, you glorious individual. How's it going, Nibirin? Eris Ptolemy. Hello, you beautiful beans. Disco-y vibes, yes. The intro thing today was very disco-y. Very disco-y. Proxgon, how you doing? Calandra, hello. Real W, you beautiful beans. Samsicles. Stupedia, the exquisitely wonder spectacular Mr. Valentine. I'm feeling pretty good today. I'm feeling very sleepy today. Like it's a muggy day today. The heat is upon us. You know what I mean? The heat is upon us. Convoluted Apple, just curious, do you have a job outside of streaming? This is like my primary job. This is like my main job. Outside of streaming, I do performance-y stuff. I do a lot of cabarets. I run events and bits and pieces. But like streaming and content creation as a whole is my main job, yes. Yeah. Jenna Miss Joy, how you doing? How's it going? Rach, hello, you beautiful individual. You're on a plane, so tuning in from the air. Oh, my lordy. I didn't think you were allowed to tune in from the air. I thought that was something that wasn't allowed. I didn't think, well, fuck it. I'm okay. We're fine. I'm glad you're here. You beautiful being. Don't crash. Don't crash. We need you. We need you here and alive and breathing, you know? How's it going, Pixie Bomb? Hello, you glorious bean. Wow, right? Tell me about it. Rock and Fry, how you doing? How's it going? Get 'em? Oh, it's just convoluted. People really do decide to. I get why they do it. I get why these companies do it. They do it because they're like, what can we get away with? What can we get away with? Oh, thank you very much. There we go. Just get rid of that one. That's fine. Just getting rid of my early access tag because I forgot to remove it earlier. But yeah, they're like, well, how far can we push this before, you know, legal action? Oh, right, okay, we can't push it very far because this guy actually knows what he's fucking talking about. Oh, shit. Okay, right. You know, standard, classic. Convoluted Apple, welcome on in. Dr. Gay Ross, how you doing? Train companies in the UK are awful, which is weird because a lot of the head offices, from what I understand, a lot of the head offices of these train companies actually are over in Europe. And European train companies are fucking amazing. And UK train companies are shit. It's an entire roller coaster. It's an entire roller coaster. How's it going, Lady Cleo Gabre? How you doing? How are you settling back home? Are you feeling good now? Are you feeling great that you're now settled in and what have you? Finley, hello. Best of all, welcome on in. I love those little wavy emotes. Those little wavy poos. All good. In the proverbial hood. Basically, you just threw the rules back. Yeah, effectively. I was just like, I require this information. I require this information. Because my initial response was just like, I'd like to receive the copies of these just to confirm what you're saying. I'd like the policy. I feel misled. I wouldn't have taken the hotel if there was even a slightest amount of doubt from what your customer officers had said. As you heard, I asked repeatedly about what the options were because I did multiple times because I don't trust any of this fucking shit. I was like asking, is this right? Okay, so this is what you're telling me. Is that a thing? Isn't it? Like, it's just actively misled the fuck out of me. If they did use the words may and could and should and stuff like that, then like the affirmative but not confirmative wording that legal shit gets caught up by, then they have actively misled me. If they don't use that, if they use words like would and that's correct, Mr. Vane, that is the way it goes, then yeah, then they're just straight up lying to me. But I think a lot of the time they're of the opinion that people don't know the law and people don't know their own rights, and therefore they're just like, nope, that's not something that we're able to do. And everyone goes, oh, I'm so angry about this, but there's nothing I can do, so never mind. And I'm like, or they trust that somebody's not going to be in a good enough place. Do you know when people are like, oh, we're going to push back because there's a good chance that this person is having a really fucking shit time of life and won't have the energy to fight us back. Foolish individuals. I got all the fucking spoons in the world. Dickheads. But I did wonderfully, but I was like, this is honestly the most deceptive experience I've ever had with your company, which up until now has been a reliable part of my travel planning. I feel truly disgusted with how this entire experience has been handled and wonder how many other customers have equally been misled by your customer service team. You know, I love shit like that. I do have to say, I love getting on the big old high horse. I don't do it massively often. I do it every so often, but when I do, I fucking love it. You know, I do love it. It's part of the justice complex, I have to say, because there's a justice complex that I've got for fucking over like people that are bad people, and then there's justice complex I get for corporate corruption. You know what I mean? Corporate fucked upness. Treat people with decent respect, and there's no problem. Why do people treat each other like shit? Why? But why? You know. You know. Let's go anyways. Used to complain all the time when I use them daily. Yeah. It's not like an individual's fault. That's the problem. It's not an individual's fault. It's the bigwigs just being like, right, what can we fuck over first? You know? I predict just as a one-off goodwill gesture coming up. Calandra, if that's the case, I'll fucking take it. I will take it. And then I'll make sure that everyone doesn't use their company. Everyone I know, like, actively avoids their company. You know? That's really cool. Thank you very much, Convoluted Apple. I'm not going to lie to you, friend. I'm not going to lie to you. Being a full-time content creator is exhausting. It is a fuck ton of hard work. And, like, for example, I don't want to know what my hourly rate is. I don't want to work out how much I work versus... Like, you know what? Let's work it out. Let's work it out. Okay, hold on. Based on my last paycheck. This is actually a little bit scary for me. Because I'm dreading to think. And I tell you what, we will only do it. We will only do it based on hours streamed. And then if I do this, and go to my analytics, July. Okay. So hours streamed, and then we'll add... Oh, I'll tell you what, let's do it this way. Okay, cool. Oh my god. Ooh, no. Divided by... That's not nice. That's not nice. Would you recommend content creation as a job? How's it going, Betty? How you doing? No. No, I would say that content creation is one of the most rewarding jobs that I've ever had. I fucking love it because I love the industry as well as like the creativity and the freedom and stuff like that. But the pressure is wild. The pressure is wild. It's... You always... It doesn't pay well at all. Yeah. It doesn't pay well. If you want to do it, give it a go, though. What I would say about it... what did it work out as? Just intrigued on this one. Hold on. Oh, no. Close the fucking calculator. Give me 2 seconds. I know the thingy. Divided by... just the streaming hours that I do based on my the last month's earnings versus... Oh, do you know what? Hold on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take that, because that's actually a better way of doing it. Because... All right, okay, hold on, friends. Better way of doing it is working out exactly how much I got in both June and July, because June was a very bad month and July was a very good month because that was my birthday. So let's do it that way. That's a much better way of doing it. And then... Oh, cheeky. Also, how's it going, Topple Guy? How you doing? Glorious individual. And then... Where is I? Oh, that's so painful. Divided by what? Oh, Jesus. So just for taking the payment from June and July together and adding them together and then taking the hours from June and July, and because like I said, June was a bad month and July was a good month, I work just streaming alone, not including all of the other stuff that I do for like YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and everything else. Just streaming alone, I earn about £9 an hour. About £9 an hour. So that's just with streaming. That's not including anything else. Which actually is actually a little bit better than I thought it was. It's a little bit better than I thought it was. If I was to include all of the other stuff, if I was to include like all of the video stuff that I do. Better than I thought, to be honest. It's better than I thought, yeah. If I included everything else, I don't even want to. I don't even want to imagine. I don't even want to imagine. Don't even want to imagine. Because that is purely streaming. That's not including anything else. That's also, I would like to point out, that's also not including any of the preparation stuff that I do for streaming as well. But actually, in regards to like overall thing, that's not too bad. That is not too bad. Where was I? How's it going, Topic? How you doing? Looking for a smidgen. Start back at university in 12 days. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Should be lucky for a smidgen. Start back at university in 12 days. And only book options give me a digital, which is incredibly annoying. I'm trying to get physical books for weeks now. And the fact they don't offer those seems like a bad idea. Makes me worry about the people with disabilities who need physical books. Good question. I don't know. I've never really considered it. I own books, but I don't read them. I do sometimes, but it's a rare one. You know what I mean? What an eloquent letter you wrote. Oh, Jenna, it was great. Because most of the time, I'm a slapdash kind of, yeah, fuck it, whatever, work it all out. But when I have to get official, I get really official. Do you know what I mean? 50p in a bag of crisps. That doesn't cover the hotel room, Nibirin. How's it going, Zilboop? How you doing? But yeah, in regards to like content creation as a job, I would say...
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Hello, you bean. Fritch on Twitch, you glorious individual. I would say that if you are going to do a content creation as a job, have another job first to give you financial security, then work on content. You should look at the various different platforms, work out what you're good at, like what is your niche, because in this day and age you kind of need a niche. What is your niche? How much effort is it going to take to put you, like, to get you into that niche and doing regular content, whether that be a regular live stream, whether that be a regular YouTube video, whether that be like daily TikTok content or something like that. Work out how many hours it's going to take you to do those things and do it about stuff that you love doing. Do it, understand the difference between a platform that you can grow quickly on, like TikTok, and a platform that will gain you money in the long run, like YouTube. YouTube long-form content will gain you money year on year on year on year, but it's a fuck ton harder to build a YouTube channel than it is to build like a TikTok channel, because TikTok is constant, in-your-face, disposable content. You know? That kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? That kind of stuff. Fritch on Twitch. Fridgy. How's it going, Fridgy Poo? I will now inscribe your name upon the mirror of Vein. By having your name upon the mirror of Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil, and of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing, take the bot, turn it off, turn it on again. Try it now. The most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough, but god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, hurrah, sexy, ooh, yes, meow, you know? So yeah, it's worth knowing, I love content creation. I fucking love it. I love the industry. I had a great long conversation with Jay Britton the other day about some of the stuff that he's going to be bringing up and stuff. It's just, there's a lot of fun stuff going on with it, and I'm really excited about it. I'm really, really excited about content creation. I fucking love doing it. I really do. But, like, to be clear on the kind of stuff that you're expecting, I work between 15 and 16 hours a day, usually. Editing videos, researching bits and pieces, planning out things that I want to do, sorting out bits and pieces. Now, that's not all. That is not all content. That is not all content by any stretch of imagination. Some of it's sorting out the events that I run and the cabarets that I run and, like, all of that kind of thing. Some of it's reaching out to sponsors and all of that jazz. There's a lot going on there, but I'm trying to avoid working on weekends so I can spend it with my partner. But yeah, I work many hours. I work many hours, and I love doing it. I love doing it. I genuinely do. But it's something worth to Rafa now. No worries. See you later, Fritz. You take it easy. But it's worth being aware of how much work it takes to get somewhere on as a content creator. It's great. It's fucking great. Don't get me wrong. And there are a very few people out there that just hit it big and they do fucking amazingly. Do you know what I mean? And people think that going viral is like the way to hit it big. I've been viral like twice now, and I wouldn't say that I'm big. I wouldn't say I'm nowhere near fucking hitting it big. Do you know what I mean? Probably a fair chop too. Yeah. No, it wasn't too bad. Yeah, all good for once. I caught a notification you going live. Huzzah! I appreciate it, Tubbs. I appreciate that. I really do. I really do. It doesn't feel very monetarily awarding, unless you're doing one of the bloody TikTok NPC streams. To be honest with you, even then, Convoluted Apple, that will get oversaturated. There are a whole load of different ways of doing it, and the question that you have to ask yourself is, what kind of creator do you want to become? Do you want to be known for a specific game? Do you want to be known for being yourself? Or do you want to be known for a specific thing that you do, like the NPC creators? The NPC creation stuff will go out of fashion. It will indeed. It will indeed. However, friends, now there is... Don't think I haven't seen it, Stupidia, all right? I'll get to it too in a moment. In a moment, I'll get to it, okay, you cheeky devil. Now is the time to where there is an advertisement rolling, because that crept up on me out of fucking nowhere. That crept up on me out of fucking nowhere. There's an advertisement rolling, friends, which means you know what time it is. It's time for What is Valen Wearing Today? That's right, ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside and in between, it's time for What is Valen Wearing Today? Today, Valen Payne has decided to go for a nice, airy, loose and loosey-goosey top. Actually, it's not loosey, it's very tight, but it's a beautiful top that's very thin, and therefore you don't have to worry about nothing around, right? You know, it's the way it works. It's the way it works. What else has he got on? Let's find out. There we go. Sexy jeans. They're just, to be honest here, it's just so unbelievably hot today. It's so unbelievably hot today that I needed to wear things with the least body coverage. You know what I mean? It was all very almost like just yoga pants, because I'm just so toasty. It's like stifling. It's stifling today, you know? But yeah, like... There will always be trends. There will always be trends in the social media world. And if you follow those trends, then there is a better chance of you making it big. But the thing that you've got to realize about content creation and trends is that trends will constantly move on. And if you are a person that, if you are a content creator that just follows the trends, eventually you will die off. Like, people will lose you. If you become a content creator and build based on yourself and things that you love doing and the things that you enjoy doing and the bits and pieces that you find fascinating, then the people will be drawn to you because of your charisma and the things that you find fascinating and your knowledge of the things you find fascinating. It'll be a much slower growth, but people will stay with you for longer. That's what I have learned. That's what I have learned. Not just based on my own experience, but based on other people's experiences as well. I love this. I love this industry. I find it really fascinating and really interesting. So, yeah. You know? It's a mixture of luck and talent. It gets 1% of the community to a level that can live comfortably, but are constantly having to stress about staying relevant and holding an audience. Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Like, when I hit partner, I was averaging 80 to 90 viewers a stream. And now I'm averaging far under that. Usually about half that, to be honest with you. Usually about half that. And that's okay, that's alright. People are still sticking around, still doing bits and pieces and stuff like that, but it is disheartening. You can't put much emphasis on the... You can't put too much of your own self-worth into the metrics. Because it is fucking soul-destroying. It's a mixture of luck and talent, yeah. I am constantly having to stress about staying relevant. I think even being a tiny fraction, really making a killing within it. Oh, yeah, it's the 0.01%. I've got really itchy nose today. I've always got an itchy nose, but I've got really itchy nose today. It's the 0.01% for sure. Fake laughs, $206 for your course books. Jesus, yeah. No, that might be the reason why they've done them digital, to be honest with you. Right, Stupedia has redeemed 6 minutes ago the donation goal with speech. Now, normally the donation goal will just pop up out of fucking nowhere, but actually this one requires actual talkings about, because that's what has been requested by Stupedia. Stupedia, cheeky shit. Friends, I'm trying to get a sit-stand desk to get me moving around a little bit more. I have found that my body has become achy, and I don't like it. I used to be...
Pander to my ego. Pander to it. Pander to it.
You can pull all the stops out till they call the cops out. Grind your behind till you're banned. But you gotta get a gimmick if you wanna get a hand.
That's actually very accurate. That's very accurate, Razor. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. I appreciate that. That's actually very accurate. Yeah, you kind of gotta push and push and push and push and push. And then there's also like riding the waves of controversy as well. But that's such a different, that's an entirely different thing. But yeah, I am basically realizing that I'm becoming creaky, and I never used to be creaky because I was a pole dancer and an aerial hoop artist and all that jazz. And the vast majority of my time is sat in front of this computer, and it's making me a creaky individual. So I figured if I get a sit-stand desk, then I'll be able to wander around and do bits and pieces in all the bits and what have yous. And that's what the donation goal is for at the moment. There is no pressure to donate. I do not encourage anybody to donate. Just if you happen to have spare cash and you're like, do you know what? This guy, he deserves to walk around like the sexy little thing that he is. You know what I mean? Then do it. Then do it. You know? But only if it's spare. Spare cash. Still less than minimum wage, which I refuse to call living wage because it bloody isn't. Oh yeah, it definitely isn't. Not with the way that inflation's going at the moment. There was somebody on TikTok that worked out based on inflation. I mean, this was America, but I think it applies to most of the Western world. That they were trying to work out why people were so why people were struggling so much in this day and age, and like all of that kind of thing and what have you. And they were like, I don't understand, how are people struggling so much when on the surface of things the world has never been better than it currently is, etc., etc., etc. And it basically worked out that if you take inflation into account, the minimum wage that people are earning in the States, I can't say about anywhere else because I didn't get any of the statistics from anywhere else, but in the States, they are earning less than the people earned in the Great Depression because of the inflation, because of the way that the world is inflated and minimum wage hasn't caught up with it. Human beings in America, but I would say that it applies to most of the Western world, are actually earning per hour less than what workers earned in the Great Depression. You know? Pretty wild. Pretty fucking wild. Pretty fucking wild. You know? I think Ludwig or something took a week off streaming because he lost a third of his subs. Pressure must be terrifying. Convoluted Apple, I recently took a holiday, and it was terrifying. It was terrifying to take that holiday, because not only because of like you don't know who's going to not sub during that week and what have you, but it's also like, are you going to come back to any viewers during that week? All of those people that would normally watch Twitch, that would normally watch you, will want to watch other people. They'll be like, oh, well, I'm going to be on Twitch anyway. I'll just find somebody else to watch. It's not really a problem. They might find somebody that they want to watch more often than they want to watch you, which is perfectly fine. It's perfectly okay for that to happen because, you know, we're a varied, delightful bunch of people. But it's still terrifying to
Oh, you're
to know what
donating.
it's going.
Oh, you cheeky devil.
Stupedia is being far too kind. Confound them.
Confound these, Stupedia! Can we throw some egos in the chat there? Thank you very much for the £4.91, you cheeky devil. That's far too kind. You genuinely are being far too kind. What did I just tell you? What did I just tell you? Really, Stupedia? Really? God damn it. Itchiness. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. Alright? How's it going, Fritz on Twitch? Go do your thing. Go do your thing. Do you get money every time somebody watches an ad? Yes, technically speaking. So, I don't know the ad revenue split. I don't know how much of it I'm allowed to talk about, if I'm honest with you. Should we have a look? So, looking at my stats over the past 30 days. The lowest I have earned is like 0, and the highest I've earned is like $3 based on ads. But that depends on how many people are watching the ads, how long the ads are, whether they're on Twitch Turbo or not, that kind of thing. So yeah. And those are ballpark figures. Those are not exact figures because I don't know how much I am allowed to talk about my personal income, my personal figures and income and stuff like that. You know? Shame you don't have a desk job where you could secretly focus on content creation while getting a solid salary. Right, tell me about it. And Top of the Guy, I'm not even going to lie to you, and I'll tell you all right now. I'll tell every single one of you, okay? Because I like to be open and honest about these things. Over the past, like, 3 or 4 months, the temptation to go and get, like, a proper job, so to speak, has been fucking high. It's been high. Because there is no security. There is absolutely no security in content creation. As a point, like, the most I, like, again, I can't. Why are you not allowed to talk about your income? It's within the partner agreement. I'm not allowed to directly talk about my income. I'm not allowed to talk about specific figures that I earn. I'm not entirely sure why, but it's written in there. Would imagine it's probably written in there so that partners don't compare their earnings, and if people have got better deals and all of that shit. Yeah, there's like various different scenarios there, but that's usually the situation. But it's in there that I'm not allowed to give you direct figures, but I can give you ballpark figures. So I can tell you that since going full-time, as in like a full-time content creator, where I didn't have any other jobs, so like from the pandemic onwards, the most I have ever earned in a month was nearly £2,000. The least I have ever earned in a month was about £150. And between those areas was like everything in between, depending on how generous people were feeling, whether there was an event like a birthday or a stream anniversary, whether there was like There's so many things in there, and I am never ever gonna turn around to and ask for people's money. That's just not the person that I am. Do you know what I mean? I provide entertainment for free. If people like it, then I would like it if they would subscribe, but I'm never going to ask for it. That's up to them. The way I see streaming is internet busking. It's internet busking. I provide entertainment. If people like it, they subscribe. If they have the free money, if they've got the money that's available in their bank account that isn't going on more important things like food and bills and rent, you know? You know? As it says in the musical, you gotta have a gimmick. Yeah, gimmicks are definitely, well, not even gimmicks, but you like a niche for certain. And I've been thinking that I've been too spread out in my niches, you know? You know? Morning bot, got there in the end. I do have 2 YouTube channels. If people like, there's loads. There's also, you got to remember, there's loads and loads of ways for people to support a streamer that doesn't cost them anything. Following their social media accounts, whether it be Instagram or Twitter, or I'm not going to call it X, fuck that noise. Whether it be Instagram or Twitter or fucking like the YouTube channels and stuff like that, that all helps. Doesn't cost you a single fucking thing, but it all helps because it gives people extra metrics to get to a point where they can monetize their content. I am nowhere near monetizing my YouTube channels yet. I would love to be in a position where that is the case, because it might just be fucking pence, but those pence add up. Those pence, that could literally cover, I don't know, like a fucking breakfast one day. Do you know what I mean? It's little, it's a small amount, but it makes a difference. It makes a difference. And those are ways that you can freely support, not just me, but any content creator, by following their other stuff. Engaging with their other stuff. It doesn't cost you a fucking thing to do it. All it costs you is your time, you know? But, which is the reason why I don't mind talking about stuff like that, because I'm like, it doesn't cost you anything. And Pops here has say hi on your lunch. I agree, you have another job before you get content stuff. Honestly, like, that is like the main thing. If you're really interested in a job on content creation, have a secure financial backing before you delve into it. Then come up with a plan as to why you are going into content creation. Are you going into content creation, cheeky? Are you going into content creation because it is a hobby and you're enjoying yourself, or are you going into content creation because you want to make it your full-time job? And if you want to make it your full-time job, you have to do it with the idea of it being a full-time job. Don't just be like, oh, well, I'll stream whenever. It's fine, because I've seen massive streamers stream whenever, and therefore XQC just goes on whenever the fuck they want and stuff like that. You can't compare yourself to those people. You just can't fucking do it. You just can't fucking do it. Have you avoided linking your channels so Vanny doesn't point to your other channels? Does it not? I thought it did. I thought it did. Shit.
YouTube Studio.
Customization. Oh, it doesn't. I must have done that on my old YouTube channel. I will do that though. I will do that. That's not a I think I know the reason why I didn't do that, Razotta, and it's to do with my old YouTube channel. Because of things that went down on that scenario. But you know what? By this point, if people are going to find out, people are going to find out. You know what I mean? Text was included, but it's rough for sure. Yeah. How's it going, Lily Dark? How you doing? How you doing? The infamous Disney. There it is. Disney. Not Datney, Disney. You know? I can see in my mind you riding around the British countryside on an old Indian motorcycle. I don't even know what that would look like. I used to have a motorbike once upon a time. Once upon a time. Not that I ever actually got a license to ride it, but I did own one. You'd ride it in car parks and stuff like that. AKA be authentic, it helps everyone. Yes. Yeah, being your true self is definitely the key, but also being aware of the fact that your true self will change over time. The person that you are, the person that I am now is massively different to the person I was 5 years ago. Never mind 10, never mind 20. Like, I am a hugely different person to the person I was, like, in my 20s. You know? Like, and that's okay. You learn new things. Every single day you change. Every single day you get new information and stuff, like, goes on in your life that you learn from, and you will adapt. And therefore you will change. You should not be afraid of change, you know? But just make sure that you aren't sacrificing your own morals for the sake of thingy. Like, I know full well that one of the reasons that I really struggle as a content creator is because I'm very picky about who I work with. I'm very, like, I could easily, like, the things that would make my life easier: stop talking about sex, work with anybody. If I did that, I would have no issues with, absolutely no issues with making money. No issues with making money at all. Because I wouldn't care about the morals of the company that I am, the ethics of the company that I'm getting sponsored by, and I could be sponsored by anybody, because I wouldn't talk about subjects that are considered taboo, you know? Let's be honest about it. Be honest about it. That is the scenario. By being a sex educator, it takes 90% of the companies don't want to work with me. Oh, you talk about sex? Yeah, we're not gonna work with you, because we'll work with these people that are doing these games that are all about slaughtering children. That's fine. That's not a problem. But you, sex? No. Oh no, that's a brand risk. Brand risk. Murder and torture? Perfectly fine. You talking about sex? Brand risk. So fucking stupid. But it is true. That is the way it works. And yeah, if I didn't, like, ask a company's ethics before I work with them. If I didn't message them and be like, cool, I've not heard of this company. Do you have a website that I can check out so that I can check out your company's core values and ethics, please? I only work with, like, I talked about this a while ago. There was a male masturbator company that wanted to do a sponsorship with me, but they only made disposable masturbators. So they were like little silicone gel masturbator things. And is that you, Chug? That's right then. They made the disposable silicone masturbators. And they were like, we'd love to sponsor you, just let us know what the price is, we'll get it sorted. This was over on TikTok, because I've got far more followers on TikTok. And I was like, okay, cool, can I ask, like, what's the company? And if they're disposable masturbators, what's the biodegradable level of the silicone? And the biodegradable rate of the silicone. And they were like, what? And I was like, if they're disposable, and they are literally one use only, and you're throwing them away, and you're looking at selling hundreds and hundreds across the world and what have you, you are literally having hundreds and hundreds of silicone fuck toys just thrown away. What is the biodegradable level of it? Like, how quickly does it biodegrade? These are things that I need to know, because I'm not just going to work with a company that is openly polluting the fucking world. Do you know what I mean? No. And they just went quiet. They didn't respond to me. I'm like, all right, guess we're not working together then. You know? You know? And that could have been loads. That could have done me very, very well, doing a sponsorship on TikTok, because sponsorship on TikTok is easily the thing that would bring in the most amount of money, because of the fact that I've got the most amount of followers on there. You know? Sounds like I'm popping corn when I get up. Hey! Pop, 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 pop. From the musical Gimmick from Gypsy? Oh, really? I don't know that one. Not even heard of that one. Alpaca Lunju, come here, you cheeky devil. Come here, you. Oh, yeah, actually, while Chunk's here, give me 2 seconds. Won't be a second. I think he's listening to music. He can't fucking hear me. And I'm not going to get up and go find him. It's fine. I'll deal with it later. I'll deal with it later. It'll be fine. It'll be alright. It'll be okay. It'll be alright. Fine. You know what I mean? How's it going, One True Cripple? Hello. How's it going, Genimus Joy? Hello. And Wild Squeak. Oh, my lordy. All of these beautiful people coming in here. All these beautiful people coming in here. There we go. That'll do. Cool. Just moderating the coffee bot because apparently I hadn't done that. But yeah, that's the thing. Dan, sounds odd that they can do that within EU law, because I think under EU law you can't prevent people talking about their wage. I mean, the thing about the Twitch in specific, like not only Twitch but also the vast majority of them, YouTube and all that, and I think nearly every social media company they're all have their head offices in America, which means that regardless of where you sign it in the world, the contract law is subject to whatever state's contract legislation there is. So on Twitch, you can't talk about your or I can't talk about it because my current partner agreement says that I can't talk directly about my income. I can give ballpark figures. I can tell people like how many subscribers I've got, and people can work it out from there, or work out ballpark figures and stuff like that. That's the way a lot of people do it. They just have like a subscriber count, and it's just like, boom, there it is. This is how many subscribers I've got. This is how much, and you can kind of guesstimate from there how much I'm going to earn. Although saying that, that's different now because of stuff like localized billing. You used to be able to, if somebody earned 100 subscribers, you would be like, cool, they have earned $250 from that. Yeah. 100 subscribers, $250. Yeah, $250. Fucking hell. Dude, that took far too much fucking effort in my brain today. You know when you're just like, I'm confident in this answer, and then you're like, but what if I am not confident in this answer? That was basically what happened there. So yeah, so like it's like 100 subscribers, $250. Boom, done. But now because of localized billing, it means that I think the most you will ever get for a subscription is $2.50. The least you will ever get for a subscription is 8p or 8 cents because of localized billing. So it's not always as cut and dry as that, and this is where a lot of Twitch streamers have been like, I've been undercut, I should have earned this amount of money, and this is all I got from this thing. And it's like, well, where is your audience located? If your audience is located in America and stuff like that, then that's one thing. If it's somewhere else, it is like further out, like the Middle East and Romania and like various different countries. In fact, there is actually, because I worked it all out. There you go. I'm pretty sure it's this one. I'll show you it all. Here we go. We're going thingies. Was it not this one? There you go. I'll show you. How's it going, Amaris? How you doing? They've done it in various different thingies, but it's like previous price $4.99, now price Azerbaijan, for example. The old price for a subscription was $4.99. That's $4.99. The new price is $1.49. I think it's Like in US dollars, the Hong Kong is 38 to 31. I seem to remember INR to Indian rupee to US dollar. Let's do that one. 110. So that one's 132. So the Indian, no, not Indonesia. That's 110 Indian rupees. That's $1.32. But you get the idea. You get the idea. Do you know what I mean? Like, they vary massively. And do you know what? I'll actually put this in the chat for those people that are genuinely interested in people that are genuinely interested in their localized billing and stuff like that and how it all works out and stuff. This is what I mean. I fucking love this shit. Do you know what I mean? I love all this shit. You know? Is there a market for online cabaret? I've been debating online cabaret for a really, really long time. The real question that I've got, Razotta, is more down to where, like, how I would do it. How I would be able to live stream it where it's ticket only. And like, I know a few people did it on, like, Zoom over the pandemic and stuff like that, but there's got to be a better way. I know there's a better way of doing it. I just haven't worked it all out yet. Because one of the things that I would really like to do is I'd love to be able to do not even like an online cabaret, but sort of live stream the cabarets that I do for like Ken and stuff like that. Live stream those guys. See you later. No, you take it easy, Topic Guy. Thank you very much for popping in. I really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. I'd love to be able to live stream the ones that I already do. Specifically for accessibility, if I'm honest with you, Razotta, I would love to be able to do, like, the Ken one, for example, sell online tickets that are cheaper so that people that are abroad, or more specifically for an accessibility things, people that can't leave their house because of disability reasons, or can't leave their house because of social anxiety reasons, and they still want to be a part of the entire feeling, the atmosphere and bits and pieces, but they can't leave their house, or they can't leave their bed, or they can't leave their hospital room, or whatever the fucking scenario. I just want to become more accessible for people like that, you know? So it's definitely been something that has been weighing up in my mind and is like rolling over in my mind constantly, is how can I make that more accessible for people? But then there's always the fear of, if I make it more accessible for people, are people just going to stop coming to my events? You know? But yeah, Razor, I will link my channels on YouTube, because I apparently haven't done that. And by this point, it doesn't fucking matter. Do you know what I mean? How's it going, Millen? How you doing? I have a friend that streams a couple of times a week, usually Monday and Friday, but also has a day job. It is a lot. It is a lot. It is a lot, for sure. And you, like it's not an easy commitment by any stretch of the imagination. By any stretch of the imagination. I mean, I find it a lot, and I do it as a full-time job. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Calandra! Are you still here? You still here, Calandra? If I had to stop talking about sex, I'd feel empty. Agreed. Sex is very much my life, which is the reason why I do the conversations I do. Calandra, come here, you cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses, you cheeky individual? I'm glad that you stand your ethical ground, Valentine. It's refreshing. One true couple. I think this is one of the reasons why I find it so wild that people call me. Like, I openly talk about this stuff. I'm just like, yeah, no, I won't work with them because I don't agree with them ethically. You know what I mean? And there is always leeway. There is always leeway. It has to be said. There is always leeway. I am very much a person. I'm like, right, okay, I don't agree with these aspects of your company, but what are the benefits versus the negatives? For example, I like to make sure that all of the events that I run are accessible to all people, you know? So we'd like to do them all on the ground floor, make sure there's ramps everywhere if they are needed, so that people that are using wheelchairs or what have you don't have to worry about it. They don't have to worry about it. They don't have to thingy. They can just be a part of the fucking experience, you know? But when we worked for Pride recently, the only available space that they had was up a set of stairs. It was on the first floor, on the second floor if you're American, first floor if you're from the UK. And we were like, we had to weigh that up. It was like, do we
Yeah, you
choose?
subscribed. Most kind.
Oh, Amaris, thank you very much for giving that sub to the bot. The bot should have a permanent sub, and it pisses me off that it doesn't. I'll sort it, but yeah. In fact, you know, I'm gonna add it to my things to do. Bot sub bitch. Thank you very much, Amaris. I'll do that in 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, it was on the this first floor, on the second floor if you're American. And it was like weighing up. It was like, right, do we refuse to do it because it's not accessible? Or is it worth us doing it anyway to get our foot in the door to show them what we can do, and therefore next time be able to turn around and say, we require an accessible venue? And that was where my ethics were bent. I bent my ethical ground of every event that we ever need to do has to be fully accessible to get our foot in the door, so that next time we do an event, we can turn around and go, these are our requirements. We would like to be in a venue that is accessible to all people. That kind of thing, you know? I like you call it the first floor. Mentally, for me, the ground floor, first floor, second. Exactly. Ground floor is the floor on the ground. Then first floor is the first floor above the ground. Whereas in America, first floor is the ground floor. And then the second floor is the first floor. And that's confusing as fuck. That's confusing as fuck. Do you know what I mean? Amaris, thank you very much for giving that sub to my bot. As you have paid for it, I will inscribe the name of the bot on the mirror of vein. Bot of Vanity! Your name is inscribed upon the mirror of vein, which means you get access to my personal Snapchat, or you would if you weren't a bot. You also get access to my personal, to all my sexy little emotes, which you use relatively regularly. So now it's good. Do you know what I mean? And of course, you've got to roll over every morning, look into your digital mirror, and go 110011010101010101010011001100. It's binary for God, do I look rough, but god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy, ooh, yes. 110, meow. You know? Yay. You know? I just love that you don't instantly agree, but thought about what was happening and stuff after the deeds are finished. Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%. 100%. Been in this business for a while. You know, it sounds counterproductive for one use. Why so many companies do really cheap ones. Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly. I didn't understand it myself, but I was like, if you're willing to pay me, that's fine. But I need to know that if I'm turning around and convincing 100 people to buy a disposable masturbator, I need to know that the biodegradable level is not going to just end up polluting the fucking world. I'm not going to have fucking turtles in the ocean swallowing semen-y masturbators thinking it's a jellyfish or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Sounds counterproductive, yeah. Disposable masturbators that are biodegradable seems like a bad idea. Just no end up in parks and stuff. Yeah, I was about to say, if they're biodegradable, I don't really give a fuck. Do you know what I mean? Because it will degrade. But if it's not biodegradable, then I have an issue with it. Because it's that whole fucking disposable life that people are just like, oh, you just use this thing once and then fuck it off. It's like disposable vapes. I know that in the UK, there's a few people that use disposable vapes and stuff like that, and that's fine. That's all right if you masturbate them, cheeky. If you recycle them, and like there are places where you can recycle the disposable vapes and stuff. There are, but I know that like a friend of mine was telling me that they went to Berlin recently, and in Berlin everybody is on the disposable vapes because they are so. Like the cigarettes are so expensive that everyone's moved over to vapes. So in Berlin, everyone uses disposable vapes, and it's like they've got batteries in them. They're covered in plastic. There's so many things going on there. It's just like buy a vape. Do you know what I mean? Buy a vape, reuse it. Just buy the fucking liquid and stuff, you know? Recycle the stuff. The massive thing about that is that contracts may say that, but there's 0 American labor laws that say it. Oh, really? That's interesting. That's really interesting. Oh, Jam Jab Brain, 12 minutes ago. That's how far behind I am in chat. Ask me a schmexual education question. Have you ever had an experience with conflict of sexual interest with another person? Your personal kinks not getting well with somebody that you've sparked with? Yeah, 100%. And the other way around, where their kinks didn't gel with me. And it's always a negotiation at that stage of being like, right, this is something that I really like doing. Is this if you're in a monogamous scenario, it's a case of, is this person going to, like, worth sacrificing those things that I really like doing? And in some cases, yes, and in some cases, no. And that's not an aspersion on them. It's just how much you're into whatever it is that you're into, you know? There's other scenarios where you can still be monogamous, but you can still get the kinks from other places. Like, I know many people that are in a monogamous sexual relationship, but their partners understand that they go and see a dominatrix or they go and see a dominant on a monthly basis to get their kicks off in that regard. But there is a very strict no sex is allowed, or that certain things aren't allowed that they would do as a couple. And then there's the other side of things where you could be in a fair, like, polyamorous dynamic or what have you, where you're like, right, okay, I appreciate all these things, but, like, you can find these things from other people. Or I am happy for you to find these things from other people and not with me, you know? Those are the experiences that I have had, not personally, but out in life. There's plenty of situations where I've been in, like, do you know what? This isn't something that I like doing. And there isn't much that I don't like doing. But there's definitely been situations where I'm like, okay, this is something that I am happy to do because I know how much it gets you off. And then there have been other situations where I'm like, this is something that I'm not happy to do, regardless of how much it gets you off. You know? You know? I'm this guy. How you doing, you beautiful bean? So, yeah, I think in my experience, it always depends on the person. It always depends on that specific individual and what they mean to me. Not just on a romantic level or a sexual level or any of that stuff, but just as an individual, you know? That kind of thing. Personally, would rather my audience not have to pay an arm and a leg for a subscription. I think localized billing is one of the best things that Twitch has done for our viewers. I agree to a certain extent, Amaris Sky. I completely agree on localized billing. I think that it frees up so much of the world in regards to being able to subscribe to content creators. The downside to it is that it blurs the lines on where our money comes from. Like, I would love to see, I would genuinely love to see Twitch roll out what's it called? Like a payment slip thing. Like, you know, when we get our like payment breakdowns and stuff like that, it's like have your payment breakdown, but then you can have like an extended payment breakdown where it actually goes through exactly where your subscriptions have come from and where that money, like what that money accounted to. Instead of it just being like, you earned this amount from subscriptions, you earned this amount from gifted subscriptions, you earned this amount from Prime subscriptions, you earned this amount from advertising revenue. Like being like, I want that thing broken down in subscriptions. I want, on this date, you got this many subscriptions from these people. This is what they paid, or they are from this country. This is how much they pay for a subscription, and this is how much you earned from that description. From that subscription, so that you could actually turn around and work out exactly where you're, because there's so many people that are like, I've been cheated from Twitch, and it's like, have you been cheated from Twitch? Has there been a problem in the system where like the payments off and stuff like that? And that shit does happen. It happens in massive corporations, so it's definitely going to happen in situations like this. Do you know what I mean? So I understand that kind of thing, but being able to track down exactly where all of your money has come from to make sure that it is a localized billing issue, or not even an issue, it is a result of localized billing versus it is an issue with the payout system. That's just business, do you know what I mean? But they don't have to do that, and the reason why they don't have to do that is purely down to the fact that every single streamer is a self-employed person. They owe us nothing because none of us are their employees. You know? It's shit. It's shit. But that's what it comes down to, effectively, you know? Must be a better way. If not, there's a niche there. Stream on Discord. There was the option to stream on Discord, but then it doesn't... It creates an exclusivity, which I don't like. Like, I know that Lady Cleo does her cabarets. She does, like, monthly cabarets on Discord, and I fully get it, and people pay for it, and that's fantastic, but it does limit them to her community. Whereas I want to be able to extend it out further, be like, look, you can buy a ticket to this cabaret. It's going to cost you, the normal cabaret price is £30 or whatever. It's going to cost you a tenner to watch it from your home. Do you know what I mean? It creates a limitation in it, you know? Pay-per-view, there must be a service out there. Yeah, there definitely is a service out there, because I have definitely, like, throughout lockdown, I bought a ticket to stream gigs and stuff like that. I watched a Devin Townsend concert, and I watched a Steam Powered Giraffe concert, because everything was locked down, you know? Something worth reduced price for or free live streaming if a venue is not accessible. Oh, the Calandra, that specific event. How's it going, Best of All? How you doing? That specific event, the one we did for Pride, was completely free anyway. It was completely free anyway, and I recorded the entire thing. I haven't checked the recording yet, I have to say. I haven't checked the recording yet. I need to check the recording. I need to have some time to check the recording. But I recorded the entire thing because I thought it was really important. Not only for posterity, but to be able to... Alright, okay. To be able to cover... Like, be able to show that stuff off if need be, you know? Because that's my second option, is that I record all of our cabarets, make them into like a show format, and then put them out on a website, and people can use it to like pay-per-view, for example.
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
You know. How's it going, Rusty Bally? Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. First time here finding new streamers that look interesting, and so far I can say that I'm pleased with a lack of thirst and actual intellectual conversation. You'd be surprised, Rusty Pally. I will say I do appreciate the follow, but I did an invisible fashion show on Monday where I showed off my lingerie, but I was wearing an invisible suit, so you could just see the floating lingerie, you know? I will say that there's definitely a lot of thirst here. There is a lot of thirst here. And you know what? If that's not your cup of tea, that is perfectly okay. That is not a problem. Not a problem by any stretch of the imagination. But... Ah, fuck, you missed it, right? Oh, Sembar Flay has redeemed a smolder just for you, Rusty Pally. All right? Just for you. Just for you. As a welcome on in, all right? Just give you a little heads up of what kind of thing we're like, oh, hello there, you cheeky dog. Look at you coming in here, getting all up in my business. Getting all close and personal. My lordy, what do you like, eh? What do you like so tantalizing? You like deep intellectual conversation? So do I. It's so very deep, it's... What did you think it was for? What did you think it was for? Good lord! Look at you coming in here, expecting deep intellectual conversation, and I'm just trying to lube up my lips. Good lord. Good lord. It's outrageous, I tell you. Absolutely outrageous. But look at you, tantalizing individual. Yes, please be aware there's definitely thirst here. There's definitely thirst here. It might not be as in your face as some of the channels, but we do not judge. We do not judge. Spain, stretch the imagination. You know? Tantalizing individual you. Good lord. What do you like? What do you like, eh? Love a good lip lubing. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. But yes, we do like a good intellectual conversation, I have to say. We do like a good intellectual conversation. But on the other side of things, we also like a good amount of thirst. But so just giving you a heads up, I really do appreciate the follow, but if that isn't your cup of tea, that is perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. If you want to disappear off and find some other amazing streamers, there are some fantastic ones out there that have no thirst at all. Not a single ounce of thirst, you know? You know? And now I've got fucking Vaseline fucking everywhere. Right, let me catch up a wee bit. Oh, Jesus. But I'll scroll past all the disposable stuff, do you know what I mean? It's actually illegal in the US for a company to bar you from discussing your pay. It may be different from contracted workers versus permanent employees, though. Oh, that's interesting. Is that not different state on state, or is that like a thing throughout all of the states? Is that... I can't remember what they call it. There's like state law, and then there's interstate law? Can't remember. Is that an Oscar in your tank? No, but we almost got Oscars. I did a deep clean on the tank this morning. State and federal. Thank you very much for Mr. Trubby. I did a deep clean on the tank. So we have two tanks. There's one over here full of crabs. That one's full of crabs. And this one's got haps and peacocks. They're a type of Malawi cichlid. I've now that I've deep cleaned the tank and got everything set up and what have you, I am hoping to get the aquarium channel back up and running in the next, hopefully, few days. So yeah, so thank you very much, Nibiru. Yeah, the aquarium, which is our fish tank channel, specifically for the fish tank, you know. Doing this now, but I'm doing all right. Just out of my work day. That's all right, Amrit. Thank you very much for doing a work. I would like to say work lurk, but there's no lurk. You're just right in there. You're just right in there, you know. Lena, come here, cheeky devil. Come here, you. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses, you cheeky individual? I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Welcome on back. Steam powered giraffe. I've worked with them when I was running events. Lovely folks. SPG. Fucking love SPG. Showcase your skills. How's it going, Sway? Hello, you beautiful being. Lack of thirst. I can only do thirst. I can only do thirst. It's the only one that knows how to do things, you know. When's the next one? I will say, so the VOD is available on my YouTube channel. I can show you a little bit. I can show you a little bit of it. That's fine. VODs and vanity. I am also editing it down so that it's just the fashion show, and I'm going to put that on the Thirst and Vanity channel. But yeah, I'll mute it so there's no conflict of thingies. But that was me in my gown, me invisible. Me wandering around. I literally did like a... Got changed. Put on some sexy underwears. And then... how long did it take me to put on underwear? Jesus Christ. And then came back in and displayed my alluring... Oh, how sexy. How delightful. Oh, it was glorious. So yeah. The entire VOD is like nearly 3 hours long. But the actual show itself, I'm probably going to be able to whip down to about 15 minutes. 15, 20 minutes. It was great. It was really, really good. It was really, really good. It was fucking great. I thoroughly enjoyed it, you know. That was weird. The sound cut out. How odd. Anyone else having any issues with my sound at the moment? Good day, you naughty beans. How you been? Val, you adorable. I'm very good, thank you. I'm very, very good. Life is good. Life is doing well. Life is treating me gloriously. Thank you very much. I went away for a week, which is a fucking terrifying thing to do as a content creator. But no real issues. It was great. It was good. It was fun, you know. What's it for? It's for keeping coal dust out of your eyelashes. There you go. Random coal mine fact. Oh, right, okay. That's how you, and now then, you beautiful bunch of beans. We are certainly a bunch of beautiful beans for sure, you know. Definitely a channel you can get into. I'm glad to hear it. I'm very glad to hear it. Don't forget to hydrate. Hydrate or die straight. I like that one. It's hydrate or dihydrate. I always heard, but die straight is always a fun one. Always a fun one. Do you know what I mean? State and federal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Samsicles as well, you beautiful bean. You got a train next year? Oh, you know full well why that is, Mr. Trilby. You know full well. Just a tank full of crabs? Oh, come on. Don't ban me. It was a joke. No, I'm not going to ban you. You're fine. In this community, you're all right. You don't have to worry about shit like that. You don't have to worry about shit like that at all. UK based? Yeah, I live in Yorkshire. I do need another Yorkshire tea, though. I'll get that in a second. You know what I mean? The Val and Vane Twitch channel where every day is a thirst day. You know it. Invisible fashion show. Yeah, so I'm going to whip it down. I'm going to, like, it was 3 hours, and I think I'm going to be able to cut down the actual fashion show bit to about 15 minutes. I'll release that on the Thirst and Vanity channel probably on Friday. And then I've got another product review to release next week. Nibiru redeeming a vanity promo. I am going to. I've been talking about the YouTubes quite a lot, but I'm gonna not do that. I'm gonna talk about something else. Friends, I have a throne wish list. There's not a great many things on my throne wish list, but there are things on my throne wish list. So if you would like to contribute towards something on my throne wish list, it's there. If you would like to save your money and suggest things that you think I might like, you can also do that on the throne wish list. I will say that there's, I think, do you know, I'm not going to say who it was. I think I know who it was that bought me. They bought me a beautiful, like, teal bedding set that was like Egyptian cotton, and it was beautiful. They bought it for my birthday, and I was like, oh my god, this is fucking amazing, and what have you. And they told me that it had shipped on the 14th of July, and I still haven't received it. So I have filed to that person that gifted that to me. Please be aware, I haven't received it yet, but I have filed a missing item report to find out what the fuck is going
subscribed.
on with it. You know?
Most
Rusty
kind.
Pally coming in here, following on the first day, and immediately subscribing. Good lord! You kind, delightful being. That's very, very kind of you. I will now inscribe your name upon the mirror of Vane. As you can see behind me, there are a lot of mirrors, and they have. We've been doing this a long time. I will inscribe your name upon the mirror of Vane. By having your name upon the mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. As you're new here, the way you get access to that is by joining our Discord, !DickSword. Once you've linked your Discord and your Twitch, there is a magical realm that appears called Scriber Benefits. And pinned in there is the access to my Snapchat. Is my Snapchat username, you know, if you're into Snapchat. It might not be, and that's perfectly fine. You also get access to all the sexy little emotes, you cheeky devil. And of course, the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy, ooh, yes, meow, you know? You never had a chat snap? There's an awful lot. I've been on Snapchat for a long time, and I have to say the vast majority of Snapchats that I get are of bots sending me stolen pornographic content, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, come on now, this is ridiculous, you know. So we all know each other. It may not be bi-curious. I do live me a little bit of goatee. Oh my lord, what can I say? It's the only way to do it. We are very much a queer environment here. We encourage people to be whatever sexuality that they are. So long as it's all between consenting adults, I don't give a fuck. Enjoy yourself. Have a wonderful time. You know? Friends, an advert is about to start in a few moments' time. Please, I'm going to get up. I'm going to give myself another cup of tea. Get myself another cup of tea. And then I think we're going to come back and I'm going to put up some games for a vote. And the game will just be today. Because August, my Wednesdays in August are a bit fucking weird. Next Wednesday, I'm doing a performance all day. Then I'll be streaming in the evening. And it's all just a bit all over the place at the moment. So this will be the game that we play today. It'll be the game that we play for the rest of today. And that'll be it. All right? But in the meantime, get up, have a stretch your arms, stretch your eyes, stretch your legs. Look in the distance. Look back again. Grab some kind of beverage, hot, cold, or if the time is permitting, flamboyant as fuck. Don't forget to take your meds. You do not forget to take your meds. If you haven't done it already, do it now. And of course, if you're wearing a binder, have a couple of deep breaths, stretch those lungs out, stretch those rib cages out. Don't forget to wear your binder for no longer than 6 hours, you cheeky devils. I'll be back momentarily after the adverts, and we will have a look at what kind of games that... I've got 2 games that I would like to look at, and the choice is yours as to which one we play. All right? Normally we do what's been recommended by the community, but as August is a bit of a weird one, we're just going to do whatever the ones I've got. All right? 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 I won't. All right. I won't be a minute. I won't be a minute. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, I like this weird psychedelic triangle thing that's going on at the moment. It's delightfully peculiar, isn't it? Delightfully peculiar. Right, let me set up this this poll. Le Game. Make it 3 minutes. And what was the two things that I wanted to play today? Okay, that's one of these two. There was 2 games that I wanted to play today, friends. Don't worry, I know I'm still on the Be Right Back screen. I just figured I'd throw it out there, you know. One of 2 games. Because we're only going to play it today. We're just going to check it out and what have yous and bits and pieces, okay? But actually, both of these games have been recommended by members of the community, but these are ones that I physically own, and I wouldn't mind checking out. I wouldn't mind checking out, you know what I mean? The games are Dagon, which apparently is a retelling of HP Lovecraft story Dagon, and Dredge, because it looked fucking great from what I saw of it, where you are a little fisher boat. A little fisher boat. And it's like one of those ones that it was very, very popular, but loads of people were avoiding it, and then the thing is, it's been a while since it's been out now. I was like, I don't know, it was, you know what I mean? There was a lot of things going on. I wasn't sure. So, I figured today would be a nice day to, as Wednesdays are a bit all over, thingy. However, in September, I think games are going to change a little bit, but I'll talk about that in a bit. As my Wednesdays in August are a bit all over, I was like, do you know what? This would be a great time to change things up a little bit, just have a look at a couple of things that I want to play personally, you know? You know, the bot always uses the banned word, little shit that it is. Apparently there's a way to change that, but I haven't worked it out. I haven't worked it out yet, do you know what I mean? How's it going, Unicorn Mom? Hello, you beautiful individual. Did you already do what is Val wearing? I did indeed, yeah. Yeah, we did that on the first ad break. Yeah. Thanks for a reminder. You're very, very welcome, you beautiful beings. Very, very welcome. Need to eat breakfast, but now I am done. I can take my meds. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Without the space, don't you... Niburain! Specifically, didn't throw out any kind of throne link. You cheeky shit. You cheeky shits. Scotch and Coke, would you... Why would you adulterate such good scotch with anything with a few drops of water? Oh, this is the ongoing thing. This is the ongoing thing. Whiskey or bourbon? Sure, but never scotch? I don't know. But then saying that people are like that with, like, vodka. Why would anyone drink vodka straight? I fucking love vodka. It's great. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it's a really bad scotch. Maybe it is. It is a really bad scotch, you know? We'll take what we can get. Excuse me. Dragon Coke was my go-to for a Switch. I never liked Jack Daniels. I never liked it. Everyone's like, it's the rock and roll drink. And I was like, I just don't like it. Give me a vodka. Give me a vodka any day of the week, you know? I need to find a good whiskey. Dagon? Oh my lordy, 73% of you said Dagon. I thought other people would be more up for Dredge, but that is perfectly fine. We can definitely do Dagon. That works for me. That works for me grand, friends. Because I fucking love a bit of HP Lovecraft. Okay? Let me just change the title and change the game. Excuse me. What is this, please? Where is my fucking... You cheeky devils! Thank you so much! You beautiful bean! There was 2 there. Where's the other one? Thank you very much, you glorious individual. How's it going? It's Zadine. It's Zadine. How's it going? Thank you so much for, oh my god, both of them. You got me, the Cthulhu t-shirt. Good old Cthulhu. Has the vote happened? Yes, it has indeed. We're going to be playing some Dagon. I'm playing some Dagon, which is the HP Lovecraft reenactment by the looks of things. It was Dagon or Dredge. Dagon or Dredge was the ones. But it's only happening today. Those are just the games for today. It'll be a different thing next Wednesday. We're just trialing things out because my Wednesdays are a bit all over the place at the moment. My Wednesdays are a bit all over the place. So we're kind of like, during August, we're kind of just using Wednesdays as a bit of a little bitty thing. Little bitty thing. We get little bitty here, little bitty there. You know, little bitties. So, yeah. But thank you so much to that wonderful individual. Definitely wasn't you. Okay, in which case I definitely won't thank you, Grand Zenarch, for the Great Cthulhu t-shirt and the fucking SanDisk card, which is going to be great because I have a 4K video machine over there, which I've been really excited to try out for doing like YouTube videos and stuff like that. So this is good. This makes me very happy. This makes me very, very happy. So thank you so much for those. That's really fucking kind of you. God, you people. Specifically, one person that definitely isn't being thanked. Drugs or intoxication, gambling, no. Maturity, I'm always a mature content stream. Violent or graphic design, I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of. Okay, friends. Let me just load up the Dagon. The Dagon. Right. Oh, it's also VR. But I do not have a VR machine. Therefore, we will not do it in VR. Do you know what I mean? Dagon's pretty short, just a little playable story. Took me under an hour. Okay, cool. That's pretty cool. That works for me. That works for me. Music, cease. Thank you. Thank you. But yes, we're going to play some Dagon. I need to jump into the studio mode. Pop in and grab... oh my lordy. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Okay. So, we're going to jump into Dagon. Gonna jump into a bit of Dagon. You know? Where has the day gone? Oh my god, Mr. Trilby. Oh my god. You know? But yeah, so Dagon is the story of Dagon. Now, I am familiar with the story of Dagon. I'm very familiar with the HP Lovecraft story of Dagon. Let me just change the audio a little bit because that is real fucking loud. I'll just take that down a wee bit. Other. Yeah, love a bit of trivia. Text settings. Oh, they've got a lot of accessibility. Background colors, text colors for, and the font for people who have any kind of issue reading certain fonts, and color blindness and other visual situations there. That's pretty fucking cool. Save and exit. Cool. You know? I'm going to brightly extend it to at least 2. We will have to, obviously. Have to, you know? Why did Cthulhu get a job at the bakery? He needed the dough of madness to rise in everyone's minds. I'm a sneeze. That's how bad that was. Silent sneeze. Okay, friends. We're gonna jump into Dagon. I love me a Dagon. Friends, I'm aware that this is a freaky deaky creepy thing. Dagon's not too, it's not like a horror game, but it is a freaky deaky game. And if that isn't like what you need in regards to your own spoons and stuff like that. There's lots of aquatic references. There's a lot of extraterrestrial references. If it's the same as, will this game be fishy? Oh my lordy. Really? Really, Hanshira? Really? There's a lot of cosmic entity references, and it's more like a creeping cosmic horror than an in-your-face gonna rip your heart out cosmic horror, okay? And if it follows the storyline, then if it follows the actual story in and of itself, then we should be all right. We should be okay. I don't think there's anything that'll make people think, but you know yourselves better than I do, so look after yourselves. Do you know what I mean? You played Phasmophobia? Yeah. I used to enjoy Phasmophobia, but I'm a bit of an idiot with Phasmophobia. I just run around with a glow stick pretending it was a rave. However, I have talked to a few other streamers about doing like a one-off spooky season. Not necessarily Phasmophobia, but another like ghost hunting style thing. Get a few of us together, go in, do something that's genuinely a bit unnerving, as opposed to just being fucking idiots. I mean, to be fair, we are all fucking idiots, to be fair, you know. Okay, let's jump in. That is the wrong thing. God damn it. There we go. So we have Dagon. I don't know why it says continue, because I have not played this before. Unless I have played this before. Did I start it? Did I ever start it, friends? The only time I'll have played it is on stream. Let me just quickly pop over here and just bring that down a wee bit. Bloop, 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 bloop. So that I'm a little bit further down. I took myself up for the game we played yesterday. You know? Scraping the bottom of the barrel. Oh my god. Creepy in the Cosmic Horror dating sim. Probably a little bit more unnerving than the Cosmic Horror dating simulator, you know. You mean Sucker for Love, Kindred? Oh, I'll just beat blogs with the glow sticks and throw shit around the place? That is fair. That is fair. This is the thing though, I like to be unnerved. I like to be a little sweaty of palm, do you know what I mean? Right, let's give it a start. Starting a new game will overwrite you. I must have started a previous game, not that I ever remember doing that, but anyway, okay. Dagon is a faithful interactive adaptation of HP Lovecraft's work, focused on the story and atmosphere. You will not find difficult choices, action sequences, or inventory management here, and movement is limited to progressing through locations along with the plot. Okay.
I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain, since by tonight I shall be no more.
Okay. This is...
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful individual. Welcome on in. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but welcome on in. Okay. During the game, you will encounter interactive elements. Some of them will allow you to continue your journey. Others will reveal interesting facts about the original short story, its historical background, and the author. Some of the trivia is hidden. In order to find these secrets, focus your eyes and look for the Elder sign. Okay. Got some cans down there. That's going onwards. There's the Elder sign. Ooh, Lovecraft's letter. As to the letters, my case is peculiar. I write such things exactly as easily and as rapidly as I would utter the same topics in conversation. Indeed, epistolary expression is with me largely replacing conversation, as my condition of nervous prostration becomes more and more acute. I cannot bear to talk much now, and I am becoming as silent as the spectator himself. My loquacity extends itself on paper. H.P. Lovecraft to Reinhard Kleiner in December 23rd, 1917. Throughout his life, Lovecraft penned around 100,000 letters to his friends and fans, out of which about 10% survive to this day, but his tendency to endless correspondence was a relatively late growth. In youth, I scarcely did any letter writing. Thanking anybody for a present was so much of an ordeal that I would rather written a 250-line pastoral or a 20-page treatise on the rings of Saturn, selected as 1929 to 1931. HP Lovecraft. Lovecraft would often skip meals to afford postage. Collection of his correspondence have been published in various books, and selected letters can be found online. Some readers consider them his most important legacy. Oh, this is interesting. You know? Rather stuck in 7 days to die, oh lordy. Build a small hovel that you can hide in. Although I suppose they can break down the wall, can't they? There's no UI, so I would actually recommend the upper corner cam. Okay. Like this. Pull it out a little bit. You can read the discovered trivia immediately or go back to them later in the main menu. Turn off displaying trivia. You find that the feature distracts you from the story. It can be changed. Show trivia. Yeah, I want to see the trivia. Anything else? I can't look behind myself or at my own feet. I quite like the fact that I can't look at my own feet. Okay, let's give it a go.
Penniless, and at the end of my supply of the drug which alone makes life endurable, I can bear the torture no longer, and shall cast myself from this garret window into the squalid street below.
Yeah. I should probably let everybody know. If you are not familiar with HP Lovecraft's work, nearly every single one of the main characters, they're all written in first person, and nearly every single one of the main characters ends up dead, insane, or unaliving themselves. That is a big trigger warning. Just giving you a heads up. And now, as I understand it, if I remember correctly, the way it's going to work is this is the character's retelling of his experience with the entire Dagon scenario. You know, it's a shame that Lovecraft was the kind of person he was. Really created great lore. Oh, well, it was all based off his own night terrors. One True Cripple, and there is evidence to show that later in his life he massively regretted the opinions that he held when he was a younger man. Now, I am not saying that that is definitely true, but I am saying that I have read letters that were supposedly written by H.P. Lovecraft that display that he had massive regret to the kind of person that he was as a younger man. But yeah, so like, give it a look into. I can't say that it's definitely true, but that's what I've been informed of. I've definitely read them, and I was quite relieved by it. But I'm taking it with a pinch of salt. You know what I mean? Love your voice accent, cheese. Rusty Pally, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do, like, when it comes to games like this, especially, and other such games, especially when there's no voice acting, I do tend to take it upon myself to go do a bit of role play. Do you know what I mean? A bit of voiceover role play stuff. Do you know what I mean? Remember the band Dagon? Oh, the only band in whole worse than mine. They were. I'm not gonna say they were worse than yours because I enjoyed Heat Ray, but yeah, I wasn't a fan of Dagon, should we say? All right.
Do not think from my slavery to morphine that I am a weakling or a degenerate.
I won't.
When you have read these hastily scrawled pages, you may guess, though never fully realize, why it is that I must have forgetfulness or death.
Forgetfulness or death? My lordy. It's hard to be worse than the Cheeky Girls, let's be honest. Let's be honest. God, it's been a while since I've relived this. Question. Morphine! Oh yeah, of course they use morphine to escape the sights that he'd seen, of course! Morphine has entered into the use in the 19th century and was routinely administered to treat severe pain during the American Civil War, 1861 to 1865, and World War I, 1914 to 1918. It was also sold without restriction until 1914. Morphine became more popular after the invention of the hypodermic syringe around 1854. Frederick Saturner who first isolated the substance, originally named it morphium, after Morpheus, the Greek god associated with dreams. At the time when Dagon was published, morphine abuse, known as soldier's disease, already posed a big problem in the United States. Fucking hell. This is very cool. Is there anything else that I can see? Any more tidbits of information? No. Okay.
It was in one of the most open and least frequented parts of the broad Pacific that the packet of which I was supercargo fell a victim to the German Sea Raider.
Not the German Sea Raider! Boo! Might be familiar with some roleplay. Rusty Pally, there is actually an entire section in the Discord that we've got, like, under the gaming in all its gloriousness. There is a section called TTR that's dedicated to TTRPGs, and in there is a pinned list of all of the roleplay shows that I have been a part of online. I do a fair amount of roleplay. I do a fair amount of like tabletop roleplay, but other kinds of roleplay, I couldn't possibly speculate. You know, break out of the song from HPLS. Oh yeah. Real good songs, we just didn't have the talent to play them. Oh, wow. Oh, come on, I'm new here. It's alright. It's okay. It's okay, Rusty Pally. We welcome you in. Right. So this is my sea liner. You there, give me more information. Lovecraft and the Great War. Dagon was written around a month after the United States entered World War I. Lovecraft was actively interested in its course. He composed many poems in which he gave encouragement to soldiers and commented on the events unfolding in Europe. He tried to enlist in the army, which he mentions in one of his letters to Reinhard Kleiner. Some time ago, impressed by my entire uselessness in the world, I resolved to attempt enlistment despite my almost invalid condition. I argued that if I chose a regiment soon to depart for France, my sheer nervous force, which is not inconsiderable, might sustain me till a bullet or piece of shrapnel could more conclusively and effectively dispose of me. Letters to Reinhard Kleiner, HP Lovecraft. But even though he passed the physical exam, his mother prevented him from going to the war. She, his mother, has threatened to go to any lengths, legal or otherwise, if I do not reveal the ills which unfit me for the army. I am Providence, the life and times of HP Lovecraft. Okay. So it looks like every scene's gonna have like a little tidbit of trivia. Some of this shit I don't even know about, and I'm an active Lovecraft fan, you know? Just stopping by very sleepy, up early to the gym, and merely one day. Twice to the gym. Twice my daily gym per day allowance. Fucking hell. You take it easy, Taken, alright? And remember that the body needs rest from the gymnasium. It might not need rest from work in your eyes, but it does need rest from the gymnasium, or you do yourself a misservice. You know what I mean? Be a decent human being, sleep before I have to go to work. Didn't agree to this shit. Have a great day, night, wherever it is across the pond. Glad to find your stream. You take it easy, Rusty. You take it easy, you wonderful being. We'll see you again. We'll see you again, hopefully, alright? Take it easy. Wanted to join the army. My mom said no. Yeah. I was going to join the army. My uncle was a navigator in the Air Force, and I was going to join the army at one point. And the reason why I didn't was because I found out that I had to cut my hair, and I was just like, no. Oh, you silly bean V. No. It's got to be done. It's all right. I've been told by people that actually know fitness. Call one of my cats Migo because of its insane chitters. Oh my lordy. I love that. Right. To the Germans. The German hunter, was it?
The Great War was then at its very beginning, and the ocean forces of the Hun had not completely sunk to their later degradation.
I do look, the voice actor in this is very good. And it is beautiful. It's just like a little slideshow of all these glorious little things. So this is us on the German hunter ship. see any little tidbits. Nothing.
So that our vessel was made a legitimate prize, whilst we of her crew were treated with all the fairness and consideration due us as naval prisoners.
We were prisoners. Here we go. I know fitness. In this whole week's work in one day, that's 7 weeks per week. 7 weeks work per week. That's 7 times my usual allowance of work per week. It's quite atmospheric. I'm loving it. I'm loving it, I have to say. The Huns. The Huns were Central Asian nomads who established a dominion in Europe and invaded the Roman Empire in the 5th century AD. They were known as brutal, deadly warriors and masters of quick raids who also developed powerful composite bows, lassos, and early siege weapons. During World War I, the British used the word Hun as a synonym for Germans in order to emphasize their brutality. However, the term originated when the German Emperor Wilhelm II gave a speech to his troop on the 27th of July 1900 before they embarked to China. Should you encounter the enemy, he will be defeated. No quarter will be given, prisoners will not be taken. Whoever falls into your hands is forfeit. Just 1,000 years ago, the Huns under their king Attila made a name for themselves, one that even today makes them seem mighty in history and legend. May the name German be affirmed by you in such a way in China that no Chinese will ever again dare to look cross-eyed at a German. The refusal to take prisoners was a clear breach of the laws and customs of war adopted during the First Hague Convention of 1899. Oh, wow. Wow. I'm assuming this section is the direct quote here. See you later, that wild squeak. You can take it easy. Going full let's get down to business, yeah? I mean that when I call my partner Hun, I'm calling them German? Potentially, yes. Potentially.
So liberal, indeed, was the discipline of our captors, that 5 days after we were taken, I managed to escape alone in a small boat with water and provisions for a good length of time.
That is very liberal. That's not take no prisoners. That's a happy-go-lucky scenario. So that's me doing that. Have we got no others? Nothing. Nothing, nothing, tra-la-la. No trivia on this one, it seems. I do quite like this. As a way of telling a novel, it is very atmospheric. Working the office at 3 a.m. tomorrow.
When I
Jesus,
finally
you take
found
it easy,
myself
Taken.
adrift and free, I had but little idea of my surroundings.
You take it easy, Taken. You take it easy, beautiful bean. How's it going, J2? How you doing?
Never a competent navigator, I could only guess vaguely by the sun and stars that I was somewhat south of the equator.
Well, there's lots of stars, and that's the moon. That's definitely not the sun.
Of the longitude, I knew nothing, and no island or coastline was in sight.
Oh, Lord, the atmosphere on this is great. Nothing in my boat. Just the moon.
The weather kept fair, and for uncounted days I drifted aimlessly beneath the scorching sun, waiting either for some passing ship or to be cast on the shores of some habitable land.
This is great. That's the next one, but where's... I want more trivia. Give me more trivia. I want to learn... Oh, hello. There we go. Hello, trivia. The Return to Short Stories. Dagon was written in July 1917 and first published in 1919 in The Vagrant, an amateur magazine focused on the supernatural. The story is the first of his stories that introduce the element from the Cthulhu mythos, Dagon itself. A pagan cult worshipping Dagon later appears in The Shadow over Innsmouth, one of the Lovecraftian's most popular works. 1917 is also the year when he wrote The Tomb, a story about Gervase Dudley, a daydreamer who discovered a mysterious mausoleum in the woods by his house and becomes obsessed with it. These two works marked Lovecraft's return to short stories writing after he burnt most of his attempts at the genre 9 years prior and decided to concentrate on poetry. Lovecraft stated that it was his friend, William Paul Cook, a literary publisher and critic, who convinced him to start writing weird fiction again. Because I knew that he based all of his weird tales off of his night terrors. But yeah, they are weird and wonderful for sure. Good, thank you, Valen. How are you? Just got back from the studio project. Spent morning listening to great music. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. I'm doing very, very well, thank you. I'm glad that we're playing Dagon because I fucking love this story. Well, I love HP Lovecraft's tales, not necessarily him as a person, but his tales at the very least, you know. Read some of the Weird Tales magazines. Now I need to get a Lovecraft's Complete Works. They are very, very good. I have got a copy of Lovecraft's Complete Works, and I do thoroughly enjoy it. What I will say about it is that H.P. Lovecraft was not a great writer in his early stuff. His latest tales have got a lot more to it, but the atmosphere and mythos that he created is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. It was fucking unheard of in his day and age to have things that didn't have form. Everything looked like something, and then he's like, it has tentacles and eyes and teeth, and that's it. That's all the real information you get on stuff, you know what I mean? Everything's like half descriptors, and using lots of words like gibbous and cyclopean. And it's like, where did this come from? How is this in any relation to Cyclops stuff? Do you know what I mean? Just thinking the same thing. I've read some of them. He's not a great writer, but people picked up the torch and ran with it. Oh yeah, massively so. Massively so. And they are good stories. Like, they are nice, easy to read stories. Or I certainly found they were. So yeah, no, I would strongly recommend it. Always, you know. How's it going, Danny? How you doing? Welcome back. Welcome back. Nice and spooky stuff. How's it going, Asari? They are slow reads. You need to be patient and willing to sink in. Agreed. Agreed. They are the kind of reads that I read in winter. But like when it's really cold outside and I'm wrapped up warm and I want to get a little bit unnerved, I'll read a Lovecraft story, you know? Cheeky little Lovecraft story.
But neither ship nor land appeared, and I began to despair in my solitude upon the heaving vastness of unbroken blue.
Oh, I'm laid down.
The change happened whilst I slept. Its details I shall never know, for my slumber, though troubled and dream-infested, was continuous.
It's some kind of giant, obscure nautilus. And tentacly things appearing out of the mud. They do look like alien creatures. There's a weird yellow thing over there, red thing over there that I want to click on, but I can't. Though I have to say that I am a little bit upset that they're moving. I have to say. Because there's how's it going, Biohazard? How you doing? The way that I remember the thing is he washed up on a shore and everything was dead. Oh, we'll find out in a minute if it's a true adaptation of it. You know? Hello back, have you seen Danny? Good lord. Really? Really? J2? Seen enough hentai to know where this is going. Right? Doing good? Yeah, doing alright, thank you, Biohazard. Just settling into a bit of Lovecraft ridiculousness, which I am thoroughly enjoying.
When at last I awoke, it was to discover myself half sucked into a slimy expanse of hellish black mire, which extended about me in monotonous undulations as far as I could see.
Yeah.
And in which my boat lay grounded some distance away. Though one might well imagine that my first sensation would be of wonder at so prodigious and unexpected a transformation of scenery, I was in reality more horrified than astonished.
I mean, given what you can see here, I can understand it. That one's got crab legs on it. Crab legs. Really been locked in a dark room for many hours. Forgot what daylight is. You need to take more breaks then, obviously.
For there was in the air, and in the rotting soil, a sinister quality which chilled me to the very core.
You see, this is what I mean. Like, a sinister quality that chills me to the very core is this giant black mire that's like sludgy and horrible, makes you feel nasty and what have you. And he's not commenting on the giant, weird, dancey, tentacly things here. This is kind of a bit too in your face for me. This specific scene. Everything else up until this point has been really fucking good. This specific scene is a little bit too in your face for me.
The region was putrid with the carcasses of decaying fish and of other, less describable things which I saw protruding from the nasty mud of the unending plain.
Oh, so they've really played into the less describable things. How do you explain the crab? There's like a giant starfish there with like weird tentacles on its thingies. Okay, no, that all right. I take it back. It's a less that is a less describable thing, not a fish. That is specifically a less describable thing.
Perhaps I should not hope to convey in mere words the unutterable hideousness that can dwell in absolute silence and barren immensity.
That's something that HP Lovecraft did in a lot of his early stories. Didn't describe things. The character just simply couldn't describe it, you know? Which I quite like, because I quite like the air of mystery, you know? Just found out my heartfelt gift to you has almost been finished and is ready. Oh, I am terrified, Biohazard. Terrified. Haven't seen this. Looks like my kind of game, though. It's, to be fair, Amaris, it's not really a game. It's a retelling of the Dagon story. So everything is just like kind of like slide scenes, and it specifically says at the beginning of the game, it's like, this isn't an action game. It's not a walking playthrough or anything like that. It's not what I thought it was, but it's kind of like just like an atmospheric retelling of the story of Dagon.
There was nothing within hearing, and nothing in sight, save a vast reach of black slime. Yet the very completeness of the stillness and the homogeneity of the landscape oppressed me with a nauseating fear.
It's more an experience than a game? Yes, definitely more an experience than a game. And I mean, I love it. I love stuff that like this, do you know what I mean? That's like a trilobite. I like that. Either way, they've mixed some of these like weird creatures together. The indescribable things. Yeah, yeah. I feel like they could have been a little bit more subtle with it. I feel like it could have been a little bit more subtle with it. But that's my personal taste versus anything else. Do you know what I mean? It's like a wave brought all these super deep creatures to a tar pit to die. Yeah, and I think that was kind of the atmosphere that they were going for, or that HP Lovecraft was going for when he originally wrote it. But it's kind of, yeah, I think because of the fact that we know that the Cthulhu mythos is all tentacles and chittering creatures and stuff like that, it's just a little too in my face.
The sun was blazing down from a sky which seemed to me almost black in its cloudless cruelty, as though reflecting the inky marsh beneath my feet.
It is like he's been transported onto another planet purely because of the way that the sun is, which is kind of cool. Like, that is very, very cool. That's very, very cool. And that's like why I like Bird Box so much. I've not played that one. Tentacles, we need lots and lots of tentacles. Let's add the tentacles just to be sure. Let's add just a few more tentacles. I don't know whether people will get the fact that it's a Lovecraft thing unless we add even more tentacles. Though there aren't any tentacles in Dagon. Do you know what I mean? Them stars, all them stars. Look at them. Dehydrated, mate. Bird Box is a movie. Sandra Bullock and soundtrack by Trent. Oh, right, okay. No, I've not come across that one. Not come across that one. The origins of Dagon. Okay, maybe we'll get a bit more information on this bit. Dagon seems to be inspired by Fishhead, a short novel by Irvin S. Cobb about unnatural affinities between a hybrid idiot and the strange fish of an isolated lake. Supernatural horror in literature of H.P. Lovecraft. And Lovecraft's dream about a strange island emerging from the ocean and him crawling in the ooze that covered its surface. I dreamed that whole hideous crawl, and yet I feel the ooze sucking me down. In defense of Dagon, H.P. Lovecraft. Lovecraft's interest in the topic stemmed from his aversion to fish and sea smells. In his own words, I have hated fish and fear the sea, and everything connected with it since I was 2 years old. But I cannot recall what earlier experience gave me such a profound and lasting aversion to the sea and seafood. The Dweller in Darkness, Lovecraft, 1927, by Donald Vandry. Okay. In the dark sky. It's interesting. What I will say about this, even though the amount of tentacles does annoy me, they have done a really good job in making a bleak, alien, very subtly alien landscape. If it wasn't for these giant tentacly creatures, like if it was just like take all the tentacly creatures away, and it was just like some like dead fish, dead weird little sea creatures and stuff like that, but everything was dead, like half decaying and stuff like that, and nothing was wriggling, I probably wouldn't have an issue with it. I'd be perfectly fine with stuff like that that doesn't move. It's the fact that it moves that I'm kind of put off by, you know. But it's a landscape that you're like, oh, it could be Earth, but maybe not, you know. Hybrid idiots. That context is pretty ableist. Yep, I can imagine it. I imagine it probably is. I imagine it very much is, to be honest with you. Just a friendly passing octopus, of course. Nothing sinister here. Definitely not. Definitely not. Although saying that, like if it was a book written in the 1910s, yeah, it probably was ableist. It's probably massively ableist if we're honest about this. 1910s, 1920s, yeah, it'll be massively ableist. Unfortunately. Though I haven't read the book, so I don't know. I haven't read the short story Hybrid Idiot, so I've got no idea what that could be, what it might be about. Is that your new toy review writhing there? We'll find out next Friday. Bird Box is quite cool about a mentally degrading, luckless actor who turns into his only successful character. Interesting watch. Reminds me a bit of Fight Club vibe-wise. Oh, right, okay. No, I was about to say that's Birdman. I was about to say there's Bird Box, and I was like, is it? No, but you correct yourself. You're Birdman. Disabled people were put away out of sight back then. Once I had a weird conversation with an old nurse on the bus who worked in an institute. Some of the conversations, do you know what? Like, more than anything else, actually, the conversations that I find really interesting are conversations that ghost hunters have. The ghost hunters have. Me and McSteffels have been watching Ghost Adventures with Zach Bagans, or Zach Baggins, as I like to call it. Zach Bagans. And some of the conversations, especially in the early series, where they go to like old institutes and old hospitals and stuff like that to find ghosts and bits and pieces. But the way that there's like, oh yeah, we were working here, and I'm like, you were working here and the conversations, the situation was that dire, the not circumstances, the not situations. Oh, fuck it. The care, for lack of a better word. There is another word, but I can't remember. I can't think of what it is that I'm looking for. The care was so dire that people were like on hospital beds and like tied to their beds and made to shit themselves and all. Like no dignity for people within the institutions. And like the what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, like those things, and I'm like, this is within living memory. The circumstances, yeah, the circumstances were so dire. Thank you very much, Nibirin. And the circumstances were so dire, and I'm like, this was within living memory. This isn't a thing. And I would like to say that the vast majority of these nurses and stuff like that were like, there was no money to look after these people. They were like put in there, out of sight, out of mind, just fucking kept away. Do you know what I mean? And it's awful. It's absolutely awful. And that's why people are like, oh, this is a haunted place, because of the dire situations these people were put in. It's awful, you know? Posted a link in the day-to-day channel of the Discord to an explanation of Lovecraft's change of his beliefs. Did you confirm it? Did you actually, like, it was a form of genocide? It was. Only it wasn't officially killing anybody, and therefore it's not. It's just, we'll just look after them outside out, man. It's fine. It's all right. And then they'd usually have like one wing, which was all beautifully presented, where they'd bring visitors. And it was like, I recently watched Shutter Island for the first time. And that was a fascinating watch because of the conversation between the lead character, played by Leonardo DiCaprio, and a lady doctor character. I can't remember the name of it at all by any stretch of imagination, but they talk about the fact it's like, once you are diagnosed as crazy, they can say anything about you, and nothing that you say, regardless of how true it is going to be believed, because of the fact that you're crazy, and therefore it could just be a delusion. What you're saying could just be delusional. That bit I found really, really fascinating, because it really showed the historical juxtaposition of power within those scenarios. Is like, nah, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the fucking situation is, because you're crazy, and therefore we have the power. And anything that we say is the truth, and anything that you say is false, regardless of what is actually the truth and what is actually false. You know. One thing I'll not touch with a badge will is spirit board. If you open the door, can you close it? Oh, you'd like Ouija boards and stuff like that. Ouija boards were, I would like to say that there's a difference between like historical board tools that were used in the occult to open spirit doorways, and the Ouija board, which was invented by a toy company. It was invented by a toy company. Was it Hasbro? It might have been Hasbro. I can't remember. It was invented by a toy company anyway. There's a difference. Massive difference there, you know. As a disabled person who advocates for the community, I'm very familiar. I've done loads of research on the treatment, in inverted commas, of disabled people through history. Yeah, it's really like meeting more and more disabled people as real. Oh, there's somebody at my door. Bear with me in a moment, friends. Bear with me a moment. What a beautiful scene. What was I saying? Yeah, the difference between meeting more and more people with disabilities has made me really aware of how badly people were treated throughout history and stuff like that. It's really opened my eyes to stuff like that, you know. Confirmed multiple sources, just posted the one it was clear written. Back in a few friends. Gotta take out rubbish. No worries, you take it easy. Let's crack on with the next the next thing. All right.
As I crawled into the stranded boat, I realized that only one theory could explain my position.
Yeah, Hasbro still has the trademark. Age restriction for Ouija boards are 8 years old. And that's probably because of the small pieces more than anything else. What was it? I crawled into the stranded boat. I realized that only one theory could explain my position. Look at that! Hello! There's one thing with these weird tentacly creatures and stuff. There's another thing when an entire mountain breathes. You see this thing here, in the front here, the ones that don't wriggle, I find really fucking cool. Or if they moved really slowly, but only slightly, I would be well up for that. I would think that's so fucking cool. Because when it's dead, even if it's like alien, it's dead and it doesn't move and it's like decaying, that whole thing of they're decaying. It's like, this is really, really cool. But it did say things that were undescribable that were moving. So if it was moving like really slowly and just like all on the floor like that, like starfish thing there, oh, that'd be so fucking cool. But these ones that are all wriggling out in the open and stuff like that, I find them just a little bit too in your face for my personal tastes. In regards to, like, I've always found HP Lovecraft stuff like a lingering horror, not an in your face weird technically stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's that lingering stuff is just lingering, just like, oh, what the fuck is this? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Blobby. Primordial Blobby. It does look like the Blob from the movie The Blob. Have you played Death Stranding? Whole scene reminds me of the trailer from that. I have not seen. I've not played it. I've seen a couple of other people play it, but I've never like seen it from the original, from like the start or anything like that. I've just seen like middle bits, you know. Squids are suffering. Let them suffer. No, squids are beautiful creatures, and intelligent creatures.
Through some unprecedented volcanic upheaval, a portion of the ocean floor must have been thrown to the surface, exposing regions for which innumerable millions of years had lain hidden under unfathomable watery depths.
This is very cool. The soundscape as well is also really fucking cool. Yeah.
So great was the extent of the new land which had risen beneath me that I could not detect the faintest noise of the surging ocean, straining my ears as I might.
That's how he logics it out, because of course space travel hasn't been invented. The concept of space is still widely unknown. It's just an alien. Yeah, okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I like it. Like I said, do you know what? Everything about this game I've fucking loved so far, apart from the wiggly tentacles.
Nor were there any seafowl to prey upon the dead things.
The seafowl preying upon the dead things. Oh, hello. What's that? The mystery of volcanic islands. Volcanic eruptions sometimes result in the creation of islands. Most of them are transient and erode after some time, but some prove permanent. The floating pumice, porous rock created when superheated pressured rock is ejected from the volcano, can move across long distances and transport barnacles and macroalgae that cling onto it. In 2001, rafts of pumice created during the eruption of a volcano near Tonga, the Polynesia, eventually reached Australia. Oh shit. I didn't realize they actively floated. I've got like volcanic rock that is very, very light. In fact, I can show you. This is like volcanic rock. This is all like volcanic rock, and it's really, really light. It's got fluff on it. This is stuff that I use in like my fish tanks and stuff like that. And it's really, really light. It's got loads and loads of little things, but it still sinks. It's still heavy enough to sink. I didn't realize that you could like genuinely get rock, volcanic rock that floated because it was like, there was like air bubbles inside it or gas bubbles inside it, you know? That's fascinating. That's really, really interesting. Yeah, that's really, really interesting. So I didn't realize that. But I know that when you see like a volcanic island, an island that's a volcano, there's usually a few islands next to it that have a similar sort of shape because the island has popped up, and as the crust has moved along, the volcano underneath it doesn't. So you get like the volcanic island, then that erodes away to be less and less, and then you get another volcanic island that erodes away and what have you, and you get various different series of islands that are actually all formed from the same volcano, but they're at various different stages of erosion. In fact, you know what, let me see if I can find one. How's it going, Dep Fan? How you doing? Where are you, you shits? I just wanted like a series of them that I could see together. Evidently. This one? Oh my god. Just want an image. Or maybe the other one is Life Cycle Volcano Island. Because it all like erodes away and then the water goes into the middle of it where the volcano would have been. It's kind of like this, I suppose. Boop. Welcome back, One True Gribble. So you get like the volcano itself, and then it sort of like as the earth crust moves along, despite the fact that. So yeah, despite the direction of plate movement, as the plate moves along, it sinks down and then forms a new island as it with a different eruption, and then it sinks down, and then you get like different situations like the Gaia where it all sinks underneath. Then you get barrier reefs and stuff with the sinking island in the middle, or like an entire one where it's sunk all the way around apart from like the extra section, the ring around the edge of it. And then it eventually just becomes a seamount because the whole thing sinks under the sea. And the volcano keeps erupting. It's really fucking cool. Are we talking tectonics? Oh, give me 2 seconds. There's somebody at my door yet again, you glorious beans. Won't be a minute. Yeah, we were talking plate tectonics. We were talking plate tectonics, and more specifically volcanic islands. So this is what this was referring to: the mystery of volcano islands. But what I wasn't aware of was the fact that volcanic rock could float. I knew it was very, very light. I didn't realize that there was a possibility for it to actually float. Which is, that's news to me. That is news to me. That is news to me, for sure. Do you know what I mean? Rare occasion you get on one of the Wednesday streams. That's all right. Witter, how you doing? How? Oh, there's an advert playing. There's an advert playing. So we will we'll go back and we'll just have a look at all this stuff while the advert is going on. You know. That always makes me erupt with high force. God damn. Sometimes I can't help myself. Can't help myself. You know. Just get my hot magma everywhere. Volcanic rock is very porous. Well, this is the thing. So I've got volcanic rock. I have it in my fish tanks quite a lot. So I'm all too aware that it gets very holy. It's got lots of thingy, but I didn't realize it was light enough. Because like I said, I use it in my fish tanks. It still sinks. Even though it's got loads and loads of little holes in it and stuff like that, and it's very, like you say, very porous and very light, it still sinks in the in like the fish tanks. But so I wasn't aware. I knew that it was very light. I was not aware that it could physically float, you know. New bucket list is photograph an active erupting volcano. Jesus, I can understand why. Fascinating things, you know. Smegma, no, not smegma. I have a very clean penis. Do not have erupting smegma. Good lord, what do you take me for? Pumice is one of those volcanic rocks that floats in large clumps. Pumice, as in, oh, and that's where you get like pumice stone from. Sage nods. Don't you start, Sway. Good lord. How's it going, Rock and Fry? How you doing? Don't you start. Okay, the advert is finished. There was a question. Witter, did I play Moons of Madness? I did play Moons of Madness. We played Moons of Madness. Was it Moons of Madness? No, we did. We definitely have played Moons of Madness on stream, and before I started like saving all my VODs and stuff. There was another one that we played that Conarium. Conarium we played start to finish. And I fucking loved it. And then my little brother played it, genre, and he was like, what the fuck is this shit? And I was like, Conarium's a great game if you are a Lovecraft nerd. If you're not a Lovecraft nerd, it's a decidedly average game. Decidedly average. That doesn't explain a lot. It makes a lot of sense if you know Lovecraft. If you don't know Lovecraft, it's very weird. You know? Erupting Smegma would be a great band name. Certainly would, do you know what I mean? Advocating words, but out of sexual content. Always, do you know what I mean? Why are we always talking about Smegma? We're not. We don't talk about Smegma too much. We talk about splooge and spaff and ejaculate. But that is different from smegma. Smegma is when you have an unwashed penis. An unwashed penis, the kind of gunk that grows, like that accumulates around the head beneath the foreskin, that is smegma. So we're all clear on our terminology. For educational purposes, you now know, all right? Erupting smegma is not something you want. It's gross.
For several hours I sat thinking or brooding in the boat, which lay upon its side and afforded a slight shade as the sun moved across the heavens.
The boat giving me slight shade and that giant moving mountain in the corner there. You're fully aware? Oh, I am all too aware that you were aware, Sway. I was merely making it clear for anyone that might not be aware. You are fully aware of the statements that you are making. Is that just a floating fish? No. The weird bit of cobweb in there is interesting. Is that meant to be like some kind of weird jellyfish? God damn it, Biohazard. I quite like the fact that there's some like an amalgamation of peculiar fish and stuff in there as well.
As the day progressed, the ground lost some of its stickiness and seemed likely to dry sufficiently for traveling purposes in a short time. That night I slept but little, and the next day I made for myself a pack containing food and water, preparatory to an overland journey in search of the vanished sea and possible rescue.
What's the game about? It's not really a game, Depfan. It's not really a game. It's like a visual novel. There's no, like, choices. There's no action. There's no movement in it. It's the story of Dagon, which is one of the first weird tales of HP Lovecraft, which is really, really good and is very atmospheric. I'm actually really enjoying it if it weren't for the flailing tentacles everywhere. That I understand that a lot of people are like, oh, well, it's Lovecraft. You got to have flailing tentacles. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You could just have, like, tentacles. You could have, like, a dead octopus or a dead squirrel or one of these creatures dead. But it doesn't need to be flapping all over the fucking place. Do you know what I mean? Oh, retelling. That's the one. Oh, wait. Oh, retelling. That's how we get on, because that's our pack. I'm wondering if there's any more trivia about the place. No. The unusual... There's the moon. That looks like one of our moons, to be fair. But yeah, the only thing that is ruining this for me is the flailing tentacles. Everything else is very, very cool. Very, very cool. For sure, you know. How's it going, Shade Secrets? How you doing?
On the third morning, I found the soil dry enough to walk upon with ease. The odor of the fish was maddening, but I was too much concerned with graver things to mind so slight an evil, and set out boldly for an unknown goal.
See, something like that is pretty cool. It doesn't move. It's dead. It's on the shore. Bit of a dead fish over there, though that's badly rendered into the thingy, but overall, very cool. You know? I love shit like that. But it just doesn't need to... It just doesn't need to be quite as in your face. Double check for any horizon tidbits of information.
All day I forged steadily westward, guided by a faraway hummock which rose higher than any other elevation on the rolling desert.
So that big one over there, because that rises high. Okay. That's weird. And I quite like it. Because it's just a bit unusual. And in this day and age, you would not know what the undersea things are, you know? I'm on board that. And it's also dead, so it doesn't move. And that's the important thing that I'm finding here. Do you know what I mean? Those aren't terror that we know of. That we know of. See this being more spooky in one way is an audiobook. There's some really good audiobooks out there. I know that like some really good voice actors are looking at doing some more audiobooks in the near future of stuff like HP Lovecraft. I know that Jay Britton did one of HP Lovecraft's stuff on his YouTube channel. But yeah, an audiobook would definitely do it because it gives you that kind of imagination. But this is the thing, like in the beginning it does say talks about indescribable things that are like in the mud and stuff like that. And stuff like that is an indescribable thing. Stuff like this, if it was a little bit more sunk into it, indescribable thing. I like it. I like that kind of thing. But when it's moving, when it's like flailing tentacles, yeah, I'm not a massive fan. Got weird sort of blur lines there on the top of the screen, but that's fine. This thing, what the fuck is this? That's where I'm going, but more tidbits of information. The murk, the sludge, the horribleness. All right, nothing else to witness, it seems. Nothing else to witness. 9% of our ocean has not been explored. It's true. We've explored more of the surface of the moon than our own ocean. The brain is very good at filling the gaps and tricking itself, yeah. For sure. For sure. Big dead whale. Like the fact that that's there. And these weird little crab things. Oh, yeah. This is where it's at. Oh. So grim. How far are we able to look around? This is a lot more atmospheric. If these were pushed back a little bit, that one's fine, but that put back a little. I'm just thinking, like, different ways you can explore the atmosphere of this. I am really enjoying it, though. It's just me being a
That
picky
night,
bitch.
I encamped, and on the following day still travelled toward the hummock, though that object seemed scarcely nearer than when I had first espied it.
Oh, yeah. Camping on a fucking weird-ass thing. These things that are like leeches. Ah, this is what I like. This is it. This is more like it. The horrors of the ocean. The creator of the Cthulhu mythos and the fictional underwater city of R'lyeh was convinced that life could not exist at the bottom of the ocean because the water pressure would make it uninhabitable. Today we know that the darkest depths of the ocean are home to many peculiar organisms. The deepest dwelling fish we have discovered so far is the Mariana snailfish that can live about 8,000 meters, more than 26,000 feet, below the ocean's surface in a never-ending darkness at its hellish crushing pressure, hundreds of times stronger than those found at sea level. On glancing at the modern photos of the deep-sea creatures, such as the anglerfish, the fangtooth, or the viperfish, their truly Lovecraftian characteristics, it's hard not to find some irony in this. Give me 2 seconds. Unfortunately, Chunk's hearing means that he can never hear the front door, so I have to go grab all of his packages. But we're back. Now I want to know what what's the Mariana snailfish looks like. So I've not heard of the Mariana snailfish before. Ooh. The fuck is that? Oh god, that is terrifying. Oh god. Right, okay friends, you ready for this? Grabbing Chunk's package. That is exactly what I was doing. Spider crabs. Spider crabs are definitely, they're nowhere near the deepest of fishes, do you know what I mean? That snail is the MVP tank. You're grabbing Chunk's package. Always. Can't help myself, do you know what I mean? Interested in knowing how these volcanic eruptions dredging the seafloor have affected the evolution of subspecies. Oh, there's a whole load of them. There's lots of species that are only available on, that you can only find on like deep sea vents and shit like that. And they sort of like spread their spawn, and it only grows if it finds another deep sea vent and stuff. The deep sea life is fascinating. Absolutely fucking fascinating. It is as the legend says. Did we just give our nightmares? Not quite, but this is right. Okay, so this is the deepest sea fish that they have found. This is, according to what we're hearing here, 8,000 meters under the sea, 26,000 feet. This is a photo of the Mariana snailfish. Okay. However, they did a CT scan on the Mariana snailfish. They did a CT scan on the Mariana snailfish, and that is what it looks like. That's a CT scan of it. It has got jaws within jaws within jaws. It has got next level. What is this? This is what I was like, what the actual fuck? It's like Jaws inside of Jaws. And that or its nostrils have also got fucking jaws. Need all the teeth. Need all of the teeth down there. 3 mouths. It's got one here. And then I don't know. Are they the nostrily bits? Like up here? Does it eat through its own nose holes and stuff as well? What am I even looking at? Just like, what the fuck? Do you know what I mean? What the fuck? Cool, though. Very, very cool. That is the Mariana snailfish. It's one of those ones that, because of the pressure, it only looks like that at, like, 8,000 meters under the sea. As opposed to, like, the blobfish. Everyone's like, oh, it's the blobfish. And it's like, actually, the blobfish just looks like a normal fish. Where in its natural habitat, but because it can't deal with the pressure, like the lightened pressure up here, it's fine. It turns into that weird blobby mess. Do you know what I mean? Fucking cool though. Very fucking cool. Cool. Wait. Back. Let's go. Let's investigate snailfish stuff. Oh, that was the tidbit we got.
By the 4th evening, I attained the base of the mound, which turned out to be much higher than it had appeared from a distance.
Of course. Why wouldn't it be, you know? They're called pharyngeal jaws. Yeah, I seem to remember that moray eels also have them. If I'm right in remembering this, One True Cripple. Is it moray eels that have got them? Yeah. They were the inspiration for the xenomorph jaw that reaches out and snaps and stuff like that. Horror hidden, very cute. Like a feather starfish, looks very alien, especially when it moves. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
An intervening valley setting it out in sharper relief from the general surface. Too weary to ascend, I slept in the shadow of the hill. I know not why my dreams were so wild that night, but ere the waning and fantastically gibbous moon had risen far above the eastern plain.
You'll find the word gibbous a lot in HP Lovecraft's work.
I was awake in a cold perspiration, determined to sleep no more.
I woke up in cold sweats. Fucking beautiful, though.
Such visions as I had experienced were too much for me to endure again. And in the glow of the moon I saw how unwise I had been to travel by day. Without the glare of the parching sun, my journey would have cost me less energy. Indeed, I now felt quite able to perform the ascent which had deterred me at sunset. Picking up my pack, I started for the crest of the eminence.
Is that's the mountain there? Yeah. Ooh, there's my pack. What else can we find, though? The Loner! Contrary to popular opinion, Lovecraft was not an ever-frowning, eccentric, grumpy loner. He considered himself to be a person who appreciated humor. Moreover, he would often meet with his friends in his apartment or at various cafes in Brooklyn and Manhattan. At times, his social life was so intensive, his work would suffer for months. There was a point when he finally decided he needed to put an end to his daily meetings and loiterings in the New York cafeterias and resorted to hiding at home and reading with the main room light turned off, pretending he wasn't there whenever a friend knocked on his door. Also, he had another method of deterring his guests, which involved greeting them in a bathrobe, with an unmade bed visible in the background and piles of papers scattered across the floor. This is very different to the portrayal of HP Lovecraft that you get in like the HP Lovecraft documentary and everything. Like, it talked about how he was actively like agoraphobic. He didn't like to leave the house. He hated leaving the house and like preferred to spend time purely with his mother. And he would attend gatherings, but it made him feel really fucking awkward. That is very, very different. I wonder where they got this information from. You know? Human instincts is much like a beaver's needing to stop running water. See a hill, must climb. Accurate, actually. Accurate.
I have said that the unbroken monotony of the rolling plain was a source of vague horror to me. But I think my horror was greater when I gained the summit of the mound and looked down the other side into an immeasurable pit or canyon.
Pit or canyon?
Whose black recesses the moon had not yet soared high enough to illumine.
So you couldn't see the bottom of it.
I felt myself on the edge of the world.
Yeah.
Peering over the rim into a fathomless chaos of eternal night. Through my terror ran curious reminiscences of Paradise Lost, and of Satan's hideous climb through the unfashioned realms of darkness.
Great band, Paradise Lost.
As the moon climbed higher in the sky, I began to see that the slopes of the valley were not quite so perpendicular as I had imagined.
Oh, the moon. Right, I can't look anything further than this, and there's nothing else. Cool, let's go.
Ledges and outcroppings of rock afforded fairly easy footholds for a descent.
That looks vile. Look how slippy and oily and gooey.
Whilst after a drop of only a few hundred feet, the declivity became very gradual.
I don't know whether I'm looking up or looking down now. Oh, it's so disconcerting. I think that's kind of the intention, though.
Urged on by an impulse which I cannot definitely analyze, I scrambled with difficulty down the rocks and stood on the gentler slope beneath.
So I'm now down the canyon, or pit. There it is. There it is. I won't spoil it for anybody who hasn't read the movie, who hasn't read the book, or the short story, should I say, but it's coming.
Gazing into the Stygian deeps, where no light had yet penetrated.
Those Stygian
All at
deeps.
once, my attention was captured by a vast and singular object on the opposite slope, which rose steeply about 100 yards ahead of me. An object that gleamed whitely in the newly bestowed rays of the ascending moon.
Any kind of Stygian deep. Give you a Stygian deep. No, looks like this is it. The moon. The stars.
That it was merely a gigantic piece of stone, I soon assured myself.
Very dark academia. I'm here for it. Honestly, I fucking love the world of HP Lovecraft, and the thing is, and like I said, if he does regret his earlier xenophobia, then I have a lot of time for it, but I have no time for xenophobia.
but I was conscious of a distinct impression that its contour and position were not altogether the work of nature.
Well, no, it's very straight-sided.
A closer scrutiny filled me with sensations I cannot express.
It's just here in the middle of the pit. Did that get closer? If that got closer, that's very cool. That's a cool little technique. While someone's looking around for all of the trivia and what have you. Just get a little... No, it didn't. It was just my camera. Just my camera. It's the thing in Saudi Arabia. What's the thing in Saudi Arabia? Sway. Refresh my memory on what the conversation was.
For despite its enormous magnitude, and its position in an abyss which had yawned at the bottom of the sea since the world was young, I perceived beyond a doubt that the strange object was a well-shaped monolith.
The monolith!
Whose massive bulk had known the workmanship and perhaps the worship of living and thinking creatures.
Inspiration for Space 2001. Space 2010 as well.
Dazed and frightened, yet not without a certain thrill of the scientist's or archaeologist's delight, I examined my surroundings more closely.
Let me examine my surroundings.
The moon, now near the zenith, shone weirdly and vividly above the towering steeps that hemmed in the chasm.
That's nice. Nice little effect that you can't see it glow until you get close to it. That's very nice.
And revealed the fact that a far-flung body of water flowed at the bottom, winding out of sight in both directions and almost lapping my feet as I stood on the slope. Across the chasm, the wavelets washed the base of the Cyclopean monolith.
Cyclopean monolith. It's a
On
classic.
whose surface I could now trace both inscriptions and crude sculptures.
There's the monolith. Nothing else? No little tidbits of trivia? No. Nothing on the moon, the gibbous moon. The Cyclopean monolith.
The writing was in a system of hieroglyphics unknown to me, and unlike anything I'd ever seen in books.
How the fuck did I get to the top of it? How did I get to the top of it? Oh, of course, it's got Cthulhu on it. Cthulhu wasn't invented by the time this was written, by the way. I'd like to point that out, and I do kind of find it frustrating that every single one of anything that has ever got anything to do with HP Lovecraft has to have a reference to Cthulhu in it. Just it doesn't. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. Cthulhu's cool as fuck, but there are so many other like elder gods and stuff that could be referenced to it, and you don't even have to include it at all. This is meant to be a monument to Dagon. Just put Dagon shit on it. And I don't understand why I'm at the top of the monolith. If it was just like looking at it from below, seeing up the top and stuff like that, like check it out, that'd be really cool. Be really atmospheric, really get me into it.
Consisting for the most part of conventionalized aquatic symbols such as fishes, eels, octopi, crustaceans, mollusks, whales, and the like.
Yeah, they've got them all across the side there. Yeah, get it. Sucker for love, dude. Lovecraftian, right? To be honest, not really, because it still had. Well, it was a nice nod to the Lovecraftian mythos, within a dating game. I quite liked that. That was quite fun. But yeah, it was still like all Lovecraftian. Gain Yellow was a nice twist. for sure. Do you know what I mean? Color from Space, not a single fish in sight. Yeah, to be honest, yeah, Color from Space was a really good one. Color from Space was a great one. But it's the extra stuff. This is the thing. It's like, okay, this is about Dagon. Why is Cthulhu there? Why is Cthulhu there? Cthulhu doesn't need to be there. This is meant to be about fish and stuff like that. The fact that it's got like seahorse and turtles on it, I don't understand. Sharks, I get. But this is meant to be like an ancient thing. This should be like ancient things.
Several characters obviously represented marine things which are unknown to the modern world.
Very cool. Like this. I like stuff like that. Even if it was just like that head that could be Cthulhu's head. It looks like Cthulhu's head. It doesn't have to be though. That kind of stuff, really fucking cool. Starfish, on board it. Even crabs and stuff, I get it. Don't understand why there's a seahorse and a turtle, but alright, cool.
But whose decomposing forms I had observed on the ocean-risen plain. It was the pictorial carving, however, that did most to hold me spellbound.
Storytelling methods. Dagon contains many themes and storytelling methods that Lovecraft had developed in his later works, such as telling the story through carvings at the Mountains of Madness, The Nameless Sea, journals and character notes, The Shadow Out of Time, The Haunter in the Dark, islands emerging from the ocean, The Call of Cthulhu, or fictional beings and deities based on real events and mythologies, Migo in The Whisper in the Dark. It's also considered the origin of the popular Cthulhu mythos. Some of Lovecraft's other stories also conclude in a manner similar to Dagon, but let's skip the details in order to not spoil the endings. I'm glad that they did that. I'm glad that they skipped the details there. But yeah, like I don't understand how we are so high. That's kind of like it's these little things that break the immersion from me. Like 90% of this is so fucking good, and then they're like, oh, by the way, you're at the top of the obelisk now, and it's like, why am I at the top of the obelisk? I no longer believe that I am a person. I no longer believe that I am the character that is retelling this story.
Plainly visible across the intervening water, on account of their enormous size, were an array of bas-reliefs whose subjects would have excited the envy of a doré. I think that these things were supposed to depict men, at least a certain sort of men.
It grew very fast. Well, I had the it's the cake? Is it the cake that makes you grow in Alice in Wonderland?
Though the creatures were shown disporting like fishes in the waters of some marine grotto.
Yeah, that stuff. This stuff, very, very cool. But this could all be been at the bottom of the monolith, to be fair. I just get really picky about shit like this. I get really picky about atmospheres and the fact that like the immersion gets broken for me when I grow to 1,000,000 miles high. Do you know what I mean?
Or paying homage at some monolithic shrine which appeared to be under the waves as well. Of their faces and forms I dare not speak in detail, for the mere remembrance makes me grow faint.
Especially if it's like that head that we're looking at the bottom there.
Grotesque beyond the imagination of a Poe or a Bulwer. They were damnably human in general outline, despite webbed hands and feet, shockingly wide and flabby lips, glassy, bulging eyes, and other features less pleasant to recall.
That's really nicely done. Really nicely
Curiously
done. I like that.
enough, they seem to have been chiseled badly out of proportion with their scenic background. For one of the creatures was shown in the act of killing a whale, represented as but little larger than himself. I remarked, as I say, their grotesqueness and strange size.
The bottom one almost looks like a mind flayer. Mind flayers are based on this stuff, to be honest with you, Grand Zanak. The mind flayer the whole Mind Flayer aesthetic is 110% based on like Cthulhu. 110%. Climbing up, and odd thing's called a vagina. Yeah. Well, it's meant to be representative of fish, but we are aware that at this time in Lovecraft's life, he was particularly xenophobic. What do I mean by xenophobic? Racist. He was afraid of non-white people, and therefore there is a lot of indication that some of the references made that are beautifully described as like fish-like references in the dynamics of what we're seeing in this interpretation, and very specifically the interpretation that you see in a lot of modern references to Lovecraft's work. You will see fish-like characteristics as opposed to stereotyping characteristics of certain ethnicities. You know? Yeah, OG, exactly, yeah. We know that in the early days of Lovecraft's works, he was extremely xenophobic. He didn't know any ethnic minorities, but he saw them in like dock works and stuff like that, and he was afraid of them. He had an active fear and an active disgust of non-white people. Now, from, like I said, from what we've seen, and One True Cripple has actually put references in the Discord to it, in later on in life, he saw the errors of his ways, and within a lot of letters to other people, he was like, I can't believe I was like this. I can't believe that I was such a xenophobic individual. I can't believe that the characteristics of my early works were so anti-human, as it were, you know?
But in a moment decided that they were merely the imaginary gods of some primitive fishing or seafaring tribe. Some tribe whose last descendant had perished eras before the first ancestor of the Piltdown or Neanderthal man was born.
What is the difference to racist and xenophobic? There isn't much of one, but in regards to, like, xenophobic is a scientific term for somebody who has a phobia, or like an unreasonable, not even unreasonable, an unfounded phobia of of ethnicities that are not their own. As I understand it, this is as I understand it. That's the scientific dynamic. A phobia is an unfounded fear of something, but that can also be like done down to hatred or something, like people who kill spiders as soon as they see them because of that dynamic. Whereas racism is like a more a social view of that same thing, of the same thing, you know. Phobia is fear, racism is hate. Looks the same from the outside, yeah, usually, yeah. He didn't quite, though. He apparently went from outright social racism to explaining it away with science. Oh, really? Oh, really? That I did not know. The letter that I read certainly had the tone of regret, but you're saying that from what you found, it's not a case of he was like outright social racism, don't like ethnicities that are not white, to actually there's a scientific reason as to why I don't like that. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Isn't xenophobic something specifically for countries? No. Not to my understanding. Xenophobia is a fear of ethnicities that are not your own. Fear of peoples that are not your own. So it's not necessarily, it's not like anybody that isn't British, for example, though it can be. But the phobia itself, much like many phobias, the phobia itself will be a spectrum. Xenophobia will be a spectrum of xenophobic tendencies, whether they go from the most extremes of I don't like anybody, and in fact, to be honest with you, like within Britain, for example, it's not even like I don't like anybody that isn't British. It can be I don't like anybody that isn't English. It can be that there's a north-south divide where people are like, oh, southern fairies and northern wankers and stuff like that, where like people from the north of England don't like the people from the south of England and vice versa. That is all types of xenophobia to the more I don't want to say generalized, but like instead of it being like a white versus black scenario, or vice versa, you know, fear of outsiders, whether it's ethnic or immigrants. Yeah. So like I said, it can be like a spectrum. Do you know what I mean? For the thing of this context, yeah, I'll allow that, Mr. Psychic. It's the same with the US, damn Yanks versus Southern Hicks. Yeah. People calling the Welsh people sheepshaggers. Yep, it's all types of xenophobia. Yeah, all types of xenophobia. The fear of the alien in this case being anything from things that you are not familiar with to other places, people that are different from you, or people that you view as outsiders or alien. Thank you very much. Is that the official terminology, Alec? Is that the official terminology? Right. Some tribe whose last descent had perished eras before the first ancestors of the Piltdown or Neanderthal man was born. I saw, from on a complete fucking tangent, purely because of the word Neanderthal, I saw a fantastic episode. It's like a documentary on Netflix called The Cave of Bones, or Bones in the Cave. I think it's Cave of Bones. Really, really interesting, because it talks about non-human ritual burial. As in a pre-Homo sapien, pre-Neanderthal, there was a type of hominid. I think they were called the Homo Nepal, if I remember correctly. And it's the earliest form of ritual burial that they have found. And it's really fascinating to archaeologists, purely because of the fact that they predate Neanderthals by thousands of years, predate Homo sapiens by thousands of years, but they have there is signs of ritual burial. Really, really interesting documentary. If you're interested in like the origins of stuff like that, and the like non-human stuff, like that stuff is really fucking interesting. Really, really cool. But yeah, well worth watching if you're interested in that kind of thing, you know? It's a literal definition. Xeno meaning foreign, alien, or different, with alien in this case being the easiest larger blanket among the three. Yeah. Alien doesn't necessarily need to mean extraterrestrial. The word alien was originally described to mean unusual or foreign or different in some way, shape, or form, before it meant fucking extraterrestrial, as I understand the origin of the word, you know. Grand Xenarch, you cheeky devil, come here, you. What do you like, you cheeky individual? Though this depiction of Dagon is really interesting. And it shows like the one at the top is like a Dagonese type thing. See, all of the things that we've seen on the monolith, if they were just in this section and like literally across the bottom, and as you looked up against the monolith, you could see other like inscriptions and stuff, but we couldn't quite see them properly. That'd be really cool. And then if you wanted to have like the different areas and different levels and so like that, you go round the monolith, the different sides of the monolith. That would have been cool as fuck. And it wouldn't have broken my immersion to, oh my god, I'm suddenly a fucking 500-foot tall man. Do you know what I mean? I'm so hard to please. I'm so hard to please with these things. Do you know what I mean?
Awestruck at this unexpected glimpse into a past beyond the conception of the most daring anthropologist.
Yeah, if all of that stuff was just along the bottom there, and all of it was inscribed with other, like, aquatic-style hieroglyphic things, that would be so cool. But no.
I stood musing whilst the moon cast queer reflections on the silent channel before me. Then, suddenly, I saw it.
What did you see? The rippling.
With only a slight churning to mark its rise to the surface, the thing slid into view above the dark waters. Vast, Polyphemus-like and loathsome, it darted like a stupendous monster of nightmares to the monolith. About which it flung its gigantic scaly arms, the while it bowed its hideous head and gave vent to certain measured sounds. I think I went mad then. Of my frantic ascent of the slope and cliff, and of my delirious journey back to the stranded boat, I remember little.
I like the blurry vision. That's a really nice thing. That was the rise of Dagon was a bit tongue-in-cheek, but it was okay. But it was okay. I didn't actually check whether there was any actual...
I believe I sang a great deal and laughed oddly when I was unable to sing.
Didn't actually check whether there was any trivia in that last one, but never mind. No trivia here.
I have indistinct recollections of a great storm sometime after I reached the boat.
Is it still moving? Or is it just my vision is moving it? See, this is cool as fuck. Look at this. Everything's dead. Everything's dead. If they'd have not done all their weird tentacles, if everything had just been dead as we'd got out, this would have been the perfect. This would have been so perfect. Like at the beginning when we first came to the island, and like maybe like things moving really slowly, things moving ever so slightly within the dark recesses of how it was earlier. Oh, that would have been fucking picture perfect. Absolutely picture perfect to the beginning. Do you know what I mean? Is the thing that you're seeing, and is it a thing that seeing an Elder God makes you mad? Yes. Yeah, so basically the idea behind a lot of the Cthulhu, a lot of the Lovecraftian mythos, this cosmic horror dynamic, is that seeing something that is so beyond comprehension breaks your sanity. So seeing Cthulhu would break your sanity. I mean, part of that's the effect of Cthulhu himself, but the idea of, like, yeah, cosmic horror implies something so unfathomable, like, perfect description, unfathomably large or weird that your brain can't comprehend it, that your brain just fucking snaps. So this being set in like 1910, I think it was like 1917 or something like that, the idea of a humanoid being so fucking large and alien in nature, it's scaly and fish-like and peculiar and stuff like that, just sends you completely, your brain just fucking snaps. Kind of like, almost like shell shock, as they call it, like PTSD, is that whole thing of, I can't believe I'm in this situation. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Everything that I'm witnessing is so beyond comprehension that my sanity has broken. My brain cannot fathom it, you know. This call is everything is dead, me during Halloween season. Everyone's dead, Dave. Dave. Yes, Dave. Yes, Dave. Everyone is dead. Everyone is dead. Everyone is dead, Dave. But like this, if instead of having writhing fucking tentacles and shit like that, everything was just dead and still, and maybe like the occasional like starfish or something was slightly moving, still just like a really slow crawl. Oh, that would have been so immersive and so perfect. Fish needed time to die? No, they were too wiggly. They were too wiggly.
At any rate, I know that I heard pearls of thunder and other tones which nature utters only in her wildest moods. When I came out of the shadows, I was in a San Francisco hospital.
But then what they show at the end? Pearls? I think he said pails of thunder. Or bales of thunder, maybe. Which is a term that is used in the UK, at least. The fish needed time to die? No, they didn't. They were described as decaying. And it did say that there was things that were undescribable writhing in the mud, but they could, like, it could have been like a slow writhe. It would have been far more atmospheric. Do you know what I mean? Peels? Peels, you heard pearls. That might have been because of the background sound effect, though. Do you know what I mean? But what would they show now? The same thing. The same thing. In fact, if anything, probably things slightly more rotted. It had been 4 days. Do you know what I mean? Well, it had been 4 days to get to the mountains, which means it was probably about 3 to 4 days back. So they'd been dead for 7 days. Just get everything just fucking rotting and horrible, and, you know, that would have been great. That would have been great.
Brought thither by the captain of the American ship which had picked up my boat in mid-ocean. In my delirium, I had said much, but found that my words had been given scant attention.
And they covered me in a picnic blanket. Where's my legs? I've just sat up cross-legged. It's fine. It's not a problem. Seagull feast. Well, at the beginning of this tale, Sway, it says it's like there was no aquatic fowl. Is the way ocean-going fowl is, I believe, the way they described it. So there's no birds around to pick up the dead things. You know. Been 1 week since you looked at me. Exactly right.
Of any land upheaval in the Pacific, my rescuers knew nothing.
Oh.
Nor did I deem it necessary to insist upon a thing which I knew they could not believe.
Oh, I love it. Oh, hello. Is there any others? There is. There's multiple. The Journalist. Lovecraft was a prominent figure in the world of amateur journalism. In 1915, he started publishing his own journal called The Conservative, which included political and social commentary, poetry, short stories, and literary criticism written by him and other authors. Howard was a skilled wordsmith. Is that... Yeah, it's HP Love. It's Howard Peter? Howard... Can't remember. Skilled wordsmith, but he also took criticism to heart, which resulted in his decision to step away from writing poetry. Concentrate on weird fiction again. For the first time since his teenage years, Dagon, published in 1919, is one of the short stories written during that period. In this example excerpt from The Conservative, the master of horror fiction explains his attitude towards warfare and the idea of world peace. I knew he was very political. Howard Phillip, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one. You ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan? Fuck, is that... Forrest Gump? They at least believe a thing called love. They of course they believe in a thing called love. Of course they do. Just listen to the rhythm of my heart. Oh my God, really? Really, people? Really? Really? I knew he was a good skilled wordsmith. Well, I say that. His writing was vastly criticized at the time, which is the reason why he stopped writing for long periods of time, or why they said he stopped writing for long periods of time, because he couldn't deal with the criticism. However, we've heard, like, within this tale, it says that, like, one of the tidbits of trivia was the fact that he actually enjoyed socializing, which is something I'd actively heard the contrary to. You know? His attitude towards warfare and the idea of world peace. Why any sane human being can believe in the possibility of universal peace is more than the Conservative can fathom. Should the entire civilized world agree simultaneously to disarm, one or more nations would undoubtedly retain a secret armament, and at the proper time take advantage of their more altruistic and less astute contemporaries in a wild career of conquest against unarmed victims. No country is or ever can be above warfare until the basic impulses of the human animal shall be miraculously changed. I mean, it's pretty accurate. Pretty accurate. You can't have world peace while there are people in the world that would take advantage of that. And at the end of the day, human beings are unfortunately the kind of people that will take advantage of situations, you know? Different historians can paint different stories. They were good buddies. They were roommates. Listen, Valen, when someone makes a reference to something, be it song or book, you can't not respond in kind. Evidently. Exactly, right? Oh, there's an ad break. There's an ad break. My God, they were roommates. Exactly right. There's an ad break. We'll look further around. That's where we need to go. So what's the other one? Oh, I'll wait. I'll wait for the other one. Picnic blanket. Fucking love that vine. He was also paid by the word, so his writing was far more verbose than later authors. It was very common that in that previous time periods where some people get massive accolades for how prolific they were. Of course, they were forced to write 300 words to afford a sandwich. You have to do what you have to do. Oh, Alec, 100%. It's like when the monks used to inscribe. The first, like, printing press was the monks of the Catholic Church back in the day. But they would get paid by the letter. And then it got to a point where, which is the reason why the English language is so unbelievably full of random letters, you know? Yeah, they would charge by the letter, you know? Which is why through has a U, G, well, an O, a G, and a H in it that it doesn't fucking need. You know? Doesn't fucking need. Roadwork ahead, yeah, I hope it does. Oh my God. Not even read these anymore. Not even read these anymore. You people are awful. Fucking. God damn it. Putting a blanket on the bed because they're looking like a snack. Why? What did I do to deserve this? What did I do to deserve this? Alright? You people are awful. Awful, I tell ya. In defense of Dagon, in 1921, Lovecraft released a series of 3 essays, The Defense Reopens, The Defense Remains Open, and The Final Words. Later published as a collection title, In Defense of Dagon, in which he rebuked a series of criticisms directed at his works, some notable quotes. I paint what I dream, and I will let the public settle the rest amongst themselves. Mr. Munday asks the raison d'etre of Dagon, I will give it, purely and simply to reproduce a mood. Its object is the simplest in all art, portrayal. The physical horrors of war, no matter how extreme and unprecedented, hardly have a bearing on the entire different realm of the supernatural terror. Ghosts are still ghosts. The mind can get more thrills from unrealities than from realities. In the essays, Lovecraft touches upon the topics of atheism, materialism, and the quest for truth and the love of science. Okay. Mr. Psychic isn't wrong. Looking like a snack. Oh, hello. A secret one. There's a fucking weird hoot, and I thought it was in the game, but it's not. It's like kids outside playing with some kind of weird whistle. The Atheist. Lovecraft considered himself an atheist and absolute materialist, which he attributed partly to his early childhood. interest in astronomy and science in general. In his own words, I am indeed an absolute materialist so far as actual belief goes, with not a shred of credence in any form of supernaturalism, religion, spiritualism, transcendentalism, metempsychosis, or immortality. I can't even read today. All I can say is that I think it is damned unlikely that anything like a central cosmic will, spirit world, or eternal survival of personality exist. They are the most preposterous and unjustified of all of the guesses which can be made about the universe, and I am not enough of a hair-splitter to pretend that I don't regard them as arrant and negligible moonshine. In theory, I am an agnostic, but pending the appearance of radical evidence, I must be classed practically and provisionally as an atheist. Sources: Against Religion and Atheist Writings of HP Lovecraft, and The Mythos, The Myths and Tales of HP Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard, HP Lovecraft, Robert E. Howard. There you go. Is there anything better than Pussy? Yeah, a really good book. Any more secrets? Secret trivia? Of which I was not previously aware? Secret trivia. Love good secret trivia. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? No? Okay.
Once I sought out a celebrated ethnologist and amused him with peculiar questions regarding the ancient Philistine legend of Dagon, the fish god.
Dagon! Secret tunnel through the mountain. Secret, secret, secret tunnel. And die. Hey Val, who writes the most frightening tales from the dark web? I don't know. I don't go on the dark web. I'm waiting for the punchline. HTTP Lovecraft. Sanity shattered. That's right. Give me Cthulhu. Give me weird cosmic horrors. Give me weird fucking goo that has teeth and eyes and fucking tentacles that want to poke me in the asshole. Go right through my fucking intestines to the duodenum. Not a fucking problem. I will happily take it with a pinch of salt. I'm fucking sweet. I will be right. I will jump in pre-lubed.
Pander to my ego. Pander to it. Pander to it.
Chat is breaking Valen more than anything that Lovecraft has ever written.
100%. 100%. Thank you very much for the panderings, Mr. Psychic. 100%. I will take any cosmic horror at all over some of these dad jokes. In fact, all of these dad jokes. They've been bad. They've been so bad. So one of these days he's going to take one really bad dad joke and he's just going to end stream with us all without warning or raid. Just going to end stream. That'll be it. That will be it. Do you know what, Eris Tomley? It might happen. I'm not even going to say it won't. I'm not even going to say it won't. I'm saying there's a very good chance that it will. You know? I'll turn this stream around, so help me. Dagon. Dagon, was the main deity of the Philistines. History, friends, history. Was the main deity of the Philistines, worshipped throughout the Middle East as the ancient god of fertility and crops. In Hebrew, the word Dagon was a common noun for grain. The rulers of Akkad, Mesopotamia, chose him as the patron saint of their war conquests. He also appeared as the judge of the dead in an Assyrian poem, and an underworld prison warden in one of the Babylonian texts. He is often mistakenly taken for a fish god due to the wrong interpretation of his name, as in Hebrew the word dag means fish. In HP Lovecraft's work, Dagon is an underwater deity ruling over the deep ones, a humanoid race with fish traits that reside in the oceans. He is worshipped by a secret cult called the Esoteric Order of Dagon. There's actually a really bad horror movie called Dagon. It's hilarious. Do you know what? It's going to have to be added to the list. It's going to have to be added to the list of movies. Because it's so bad. It's so bad. That might have to be one of our Halloween movies for the sheer shits and giggles of the preposterousness of it. But that's really cool. I didn't know any of this. I knew that that some of H.P. Lovecraft's, or one of the two of the characters, was based on the Philistine gods of the Middle East. But I didn't realize it was quite this quite integrated. You know. I heard the amateur occultists tried to summon Cthulhu. I heard an amateur cultist tried to summon Cthulhu, but I don't think he really knew what he was fartagen about. Oh, that is actually... Oh, shit. I've seen that. I've seen these imageries on so many different places. Oh, this is cool. This is cool. I'm distracting myself from your ridiculousness, friends. There's got to be more than this. In this massive room... All your hidden secrets. Anything else? I have a model like that. Okay. Vase
But
looked like a
soon
bulbous
perceiving
eggplant.
that he was hopelessly conventional, I did not press my inquiries.
There it is. The Necronomicon. In bold. Ooh. Multiple things. August Delerith and the Cthulhu Mythos. August Delerith was an American writer and anthologist. He also befriended Lovecraft and published many of his works through his company Arkham House. Though he greatly contributed to the popularization of the author's work after his death, he is surrounded by numerous controversies. One of his most questionable decisions involved introducing the good versus evil doctrine. Delerith was a devout Catholic, to the Cthulhu mythos, which contrasted with Lovecraft's view of the world and his approach to cosmic horror. As a result, the author's works are often misunderstood and misinterpreted in today's culture. That's interesting. It is also worth noting that Lovecraft was never really interested in creating a mythology, and the term Cthulhu mythos was coined by Delerith after the author left the mortal plane. Well, shit. Well, shit. The more you fucking know. I knew that the the doctrine of good versus evil was put upon Lovecraft's work, because Lovecraft basically was stating his night terrors as like fictional work. There was no good, there was no evil, it was just there. This is just the way it was. And then everyone was like, oh, but it's, I gotta fight against evil, they're all evil. And it's like, no, they're not. They're just there. They just exist as other creatures exist, you know? See, there's telling dad jokes to Brat Valen, but then there's getting Valen to tell a dad joke to Brat. Don't you start. Don't do it. Imagine what we can do with all of your mythos, Valen. Could you imagine the weird fucking shit I come out with, Razorter? It'd all be very sexualized. The Marketeer, or Marketer. Lovecraft's attempts to find a job in 1925 were influenced by advice he received from friends. Among others, he started freelancing for a marketing magazine where he would write announcements and commercials. Feel free to judge his copywriting skills for yourself. From an ad for Curtis Woodwork. Curtis Woodwork embraces both the unusual structural units and the cleverest contrivances of built-in or permanent furniture, such as bookcases, dressers, buffets, and cupboards. Every model as conceived and created with the purest art, ripest scholarship, and mellowest craftsmanship which energetic enterprise can command, and made to conform rigidly to the architecture of each particular type of home. The cost, considering the quality, is amazingly low, and trademark on the individual piece prevents any substitution by careless contractors. Wow, well that is quite the fucking word vomit for a woodwork company. Thank you very much, Nibiru. That is quite the word vomit. Any other secret shit? That's not reading age 8 at all. I feel like marketing has changed massively in the past 100 years. Sorry. Good job on stretching this out. By the way, I'm impressed. It's not even a stretching it out. I have not at one point felt like I was filling, you know? It's just, I feel like it's a lot of it'll come down to just me and my passion for Lovecraft. Like the fact that I find it absolutely fascinating. I find Lovecraft as a whole very, very interesting as a human being. Secrets. The Scientist. I'm heading out in a few minutes. No worries, Sway. No worries. You take it easy. I will see you very, very shortly. These days, the word scientist is a widely accepted term, but at the time of Dagon was published, it was subject to a wide debate. After the author used it in the story, critics pointed out that man of science was a more appropriate term to employ. He admitted, in the defense of Dagon, that if Dagon were to be reprinted, he would indeed use the phrase they suggested. Scientist was coined as an analog to artist, to be used when referring to those studying different branches of science. Yet in the 19th and earliest 20th century, scientific researchers in Great Britain and the United States were of the opinion that man of science, resembling the term man of letters, was the only proper choice. Among other things, it was gender specific, indicating that science was an endeavor to be pursued by only one sex. The term scientist became more accepted only after World War II, and man of science started fading into obscurity as an old-fashioned synonym. Ooh. That is interesting. I suppose it kind of does look eggplanty. Anything else? Nope. Okie pokey. Reading age 8 made something else back then, yeah.
Especially when the moon is gibbous and waning, that I see the thing.
I would also say that, like, realistically speaking, the invention of the television, the radio set, the internet, and by proxy the computer and stuff has changed language a lot. And the reason why is because there's so many more things to distract you. In Lovecraftian times, there was the radio. I can't remember when the TV was invented, but it wasn't widely available. So the vast majority of people will have read for their own entertainment. They will have picked up newspapers and books. So I would imagine that the reading age was much better back then.
Most kind.
Hello, gorgeous people.
Hello, how's it going, Red in the World Designs, you beautiful bean? I will do your subscription momentarily because we're right at the end of this. You know? Compulsory education, yeah, massively. Reading will, like, especially for the higher classes, higher to midterm classes and what have you, reading will have been, a reading age especially will have probably been a lot more advanced than it is now because of the fact that there was nothing else to do. There's no further entertainment, do you know what I mean? Citizen Broadcast was straight lined by Philo Wandsworth on September 7th, 1927. So when this was written and published was almost 10 years before the first television set.
I tried morphine, but the drug has given only transient surcease and has drawn me into its clutches as a hopeless slave.
Oh, talking about the addiction of morphine in a time when morphine abuse was rife.
So now I am to end it all, having written a full account for the information or the contemptuous amusement of my fellow men.
Lovecraft on tobacco and alcohol. Lovecraft hated tobacco, even though he used to smoke when he was 12, in order to look and feel like an adult. In his correspondence with friend Reinhard Kleiner, he claims that he quit as soon as he started wearing long pants. He also had a very strong opinion about alcohol, as evidenced by his letter to Zelia Brown, dated 13th February 1928. As for the matter of drinking, I have never tasted intoxicating liquor and never intend to, having a strong aesthetic disgust at anything which blunts or coarsens the delicate natural equipoise of the evolving human intellect and imagination. Drinking excited my personal repugnance, hence I don't drink. Let the herd do what they will. I am rather in favor of prohibition, the prohibition of any one antisocial force as well as any other. Source: The Spirit of Revision, Lovecraft's letter to Zelia Brown Bishop, Zelia Brown Reed Bishop, HP Lovecraft, Sean Branney, and Andrew Lemon, St. Yoshi. Is that it? That's it. Okay. Trigger warning, friends. Trigger warning. Please be aware that I am aware. I know that at the end of this situation, as described at the beginning of the journey here, that the lead character, succumbs to taking their own life. They actively succumb to taking their own life. So just be aware that we are definitely in a position here where we are going to... Oh, hello. There it is. Thank you very much. We are definitely in a position here where we are going to see somebody take their own life. All right? So just be aware of that fact. The Elder Sign. That's where the Futurama professor... Oh, that's really cool, Mr. Psychic. Good news, everybody. I've invented the Finglonger. I'm naughty. Take your time, just came in after. That's all right. I really appreciate it. Because Lovecraft got excited about control. Yeah, for sure. For sure. He's not on the wall. How's it going, Mark? How you doing? Oh, hi, Mark. The Elder Sign. At another house where people were stirring, he asked questions about the gods and whether they danced often upon Lerion. But the farmer and his wife would only make the Elder Sign and tell him the way to Nir and Ulthar, The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, HP Lovecraft. The Elder Sign is a protective symbol that can be found in various works of popular culture, usually represented by a 5-pointed star with an eye flame symbol in its center. For example, in games inspired by H.P. Lovecraft's writing, it is supposed to ward away the sign of cosmic horror. However, this is a later version of the sign, created by the author's friend, writer August Derleth. In our game, we have used the original symbol as designed by Lovecraft in the form of a 6-pointed branch, which he sometimes includes in letters to his friends. Wow! I did not know that. So the 6-pointed branch that we have seen is the Elder Sign. The Elder Sign. Like, and when he describes it, it's like, oh, these people do the Elder Sign. It's like people making the sign of the cross on themselves to protect themselves, or any of that, you know?
Often, I ask myself if it could not all have been a pure phantasm. A mere freak of fever as I lay sun-stricken and raving in the open boat after my escape from the German man-of-war. This I ask myself, but ever does there come before me a hideously vivid vision in reply. I cannot think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless things that may at this very moment be crawling and floundering on its slimy bed, worshipping their ancient stone idols and carving their own detestable likenesses on submarine obelisks of water-soaked granite. I dream of a day when they may rise above the billows to drag down into their reeking talons the remnants of puny, war-exhausted mankind. Of a day when the land shall sink and the dark ocean shall ascend amidst universal pandemonium.
I thought that was really cool until I saw 50 Dagons approaching New York City. Like, that was really cool when it was like, oh, the boat, and he swim past it, and I was like, oh my god, that's really fucking cool. And then it's like, oh no, the Dagons are attacking New York. Yeah.
The end is near.
Oh, okay, so that was his vision. Oh, wait. No. No? Am I confusing? I think I might be confusing stories. I'm not sure he does take his own life. Pandas with shark fins? Oh my god.
I hear a noise at the door, as of some immense slippery body lumbering against it.
Housekeeping. Nothing. Again, no legs. Alright, doesn't look like there's any trivia.
It shall not find me.
That was nice.
God, that hand! The window! The window!
That was really nice. I like that. That was a really nice bit of aesthetics, nice atmosphere. Any trivia? Not that I can see. Oh yeah, no, he did kill himself. I remember. Thank you for playing. We hope you enjoyed the immersing yourself in our little pool of cosmic horror. We'd appreciate it if you took a moment to rate Dagon and check out our other games and DLCs. Dagon the Railway Horror, Dr. Emerson's Nocturnes, and Cthulhu Bedtime Stories. What is... Oh, so the Railway Horror has not been released yet. So that is like a DLC for this game. This game, by the way, is free to play. Oh, there are some other DLCs on there. The Eldritch Box and Little Glass Bottle. And the Railway Horror has not yet been... Okay. Interesting. Interesting. That was far more fun than playing myself. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh, I missed one. No. I missed one? I missed a single one. That is such a piss take. Fuck. You can unlock all the trivia in this category, but you won't get associated achievement. I don't care about the unlock. What was the last one we missed? The Piltdown Man. Lovecraft would often use the latest scientific discoveries as inspiration for his work. He would even update his stories at the last moment in order to make sure they reflected the latest breakthroughs. Unfortunately, this method was not without its flaws. After Lovecraft's death, the Piltdown Man discovery mentioned in Dagon turned out to be a paleoanthropologic fraud. In 1912, Charles Dawson, an amateur archaeologist, announced that he had discovered the missing link between ape and man, the fossilized remains of previously unknown early human. Years later, they turned out to be a forgery, but by that point, the fraud had already managed to negatively affect the early research on human evolution. In the year when the discovery took place, the majority of scientific community believed Dawson indeed found the missing link. In 1953, Time magazine published evidence proving that Dawson was a conman. It turned out that the fossils of the previously unknown early human consisted of a human skull, the jaw of an orangutan, and chimpanzee teeth. Fucking hell. Pretty cool that he tried to keep up to date with it, though. And then we've got the Little Glass Bottle and the Railway Horror, which are... the Railway Horror has not yet been released. But the Little Glass Bottle is one of the DLCs. There's the Little Glass Bottle and... what was the other one? The Eldritch... Oh, so I've got the Eldritch box. And the Little Glass Bottle is the DLC. Okay. So that's the other DLC that I can get. If people have enjoyed themselves, maybe we'll get it. Maybe we will get it. What DLC? We've got Little Glass Bottle and the Eldritch box. I've got the Eldritch box. Excuse me? What's this? Oh, shit. So the Eldritch box set is the audiobook, the ebook in loads of different languages. and the Dagon wallpaper. Okay. Okay. And then the trivia is what we've just looked at, which is that I literally didn't get one. But I don't really care about collecting all of the trivia, like all of the achievements and stuff. It just doesn't bother me. Just doesn't fucking bother me, alright? But that was really cool. That was really, really cool. I enjoyed that. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Right. That was really cool. I enjoyed that. I have to say that the atmosphere was great, but there was loads of like little things in it that just really broke the immersion for me. I feel like that game could have been so fucking good if they'd have just toned it down a little bit. If they'd just pulled back from the in-your-face, oh, this is Cthulhu, oh, this is Lovecraft, and stuff like that. Toned that back, it would have been absolutely perfect. Pulled it back just a little bit, would have been mwah, absolutely fucking exquisite. But I did enjoy it. I did enjoy that retelling. That was a really nice way of doing it. And I'm glad that it exists. I'm really glad that it exists. The voiceover work was really, really good. I believed the character, apart from like the bits where we were hovering, like floating above the fucking monolith and shit like that. I genuinely believed like the character and the voice of the character and what have you. There was really nice bits in it, like the bit at the end where it was like the creeping his hand around the door and stuff like that. Mwah, exquisite, really, really good. And then there was other bits that were just a little bit too in your face for me, like the weird writhing tentacles that popped out of the mud and stuff, and it's just like, just tone it down a little bit. It doesn't need to be that in your face. It needs to be more subtle. It needs to be more of an atmosphere rather than a, by the way, tentacles. You know. That's so cool. Gojira? No, not Godzilla. No. New York has probably been attacked by worse, to be honest. I mean, New York does get attacked by an awful lot of things. I don't know whether, like, if that would have been a nice nod, because that was how he was dreaming it, and that's what I didn't pick up on in the second. But like, he was dreaming that he was getting attacked by loads of fish people, but then it doesn't make sense that they were loads of fish people and then they were all the size of Dagon if they then fit in a household. Do you know what I mean? Like, that was a bit of inconsistency, but maybe it was just like his dream of stuff, you know? I don't know. That yeah, again, just broke my immersion a little bit. You know? But I'm glad it was more fun than you playing it through yourself, Nibirin. I'm glad that I could bring that little extra quality to it, for sure. Do you know what I mean? Cthulhu Bedtime Stories, introduce your kids to madness. Exactly, right? Exactly. It's been a journey of madness. So fun. Didn't know you enjoyed the little fish people. Oh, I love you. Look, I have fishes. I'm all about the little fish people. All about those little fish people. The narrator did a great job. The narrator did a fantastic job. Especially because it's written in first person. It makes it really nicely done. Do you know what I mean? Makes it really nicely done. Sage, how you doing? How's it going? Tentacles. Tentacles, testicles. Wallet and watch, you know? Hope's next, Sucker for Love. We've done Sucker for Love. All of the VODs are on my VOD channel. They're all available. They're all freely available for you to watch as you please. As you please. You know? Cool. Fishies, all of the fishies. But yeah, that was really good, friends. That was really, really good. Thank you very much for allowing me to play through it. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. But friends, we are going to call it there because I've got a meeting in 8 minutes. I've got a meeting in 8 minutes, but we're going to go raid somebody. We're going to go throw some love at another delightful individual. If you could stick around for that throwing of love, I would really, really appreciate it. But before we go anywhere, before we go and have a look at another delightful individual, could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel? Throw out some mod loves in the channel. Say a massive thanks to those wonderful moderators. Moderators, thank you so much for all that you do. Thanks so much for you beautiful beings for letting me do the weird shit that I get up to. And thank you moderators for helping me out with that, you beautiful individuals. I appreciate you. I appreciate you muchly. Right, who are we going to go have a look to? Ooh. I want to go raid somebody that we haven't raided. Or at least that we haven't raided in a long time. Who have we not raided in a long time? I want to branch out some shit, you know? Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Friends, if you're a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message. If you're not a subscriber, please copy and paste this second raid message. That's the first bot of vanity raid message for subscribers. This second bot of vanity raid message for non-subscribers. How long are you going to be? Yeah, let's go raid you. Let's go raid you. You're a glorious bean. You're a glorious bean. And we haven't raided you in fucking forever. Fucking forever. Spelling their name right. Spelling their name right, because I don't always do that. Because I'm really bad at it sometimes. All of the raiding. Friends, let's go raid Demon Cat Daphne. Let's go raid Demon Cat Daphne. They're playing some nice and chill stuff with medical schools and bits and pieces, you know? It looks like they've got early access to something. But I know that these kind of games really appeal to some of you delightful individuals, so I will happily take you over there. And they're also a really good streamer. They're also a really nice person that we haven't raided in fucking forever. So it'd be nice to go and throw them some love, all right? Friends, if you're not in the raid up here, if you're not up here, please click on the link down here that has just been thrown out there to go see the wonderful Demon Cat Daphne. All right? Let's go and throw them some love. Like I said, if you can stick around for the raid, even if it's on like 5-10 minutes, I would really appreciate it. Let's go throw them some love. Friends, thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thanks so much for spending your time here. Thanks so much for the follows. Thanks so much for the conversation. Thanks so much for sticking it out as I rambled and ranted and talked about HP Lovecraft and the dynamics and how much I love the weird cosmic horror shit. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I've got to go have a meeting now to do with the events that I run and stuff. But yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be great. It's going to be wonderful. Thanks so much for spending your time here. Friends, I'll be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. BST. That's 7 p.m. British time. Do not forget that this Sunday is our movie night in the Discord, 8 p.m. BST, where we are going to be watching Minority Report, 8 p.m. BST. All right? I will be sitting back tomorrow. I'll see you all later. Until then, don't do anything I wouldn't do, because if I wouldn't do it, I'll fucking kill you. I'll see you later. Bye-bye-bye.
I'm probably not going to keep it.